Council Chapman, I just wanted to let you know you are live streaming, but you're more than welcome to take 1 or 2 minutes just to let the balance of the members of council get settled. It's up to you, whatever you'd like to do.
We'll wait 2 minutes. How's that? Has anybody notified us to say that they're going to be late or that they're unable to attend?
Not that I believe so. We have 9 in attendance currently, so we're just waiting on 1 member of council and the mayor.
Okay, I think we'll get started. I'd like to welcome you all to the first Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting of 2022. This will be my first chairing of a committee of this sort. So I ask for your patience as I stumble through the agenda. Due to COVID-19 and recommendations by Waterloo Region Public Health to exercise physical distancing, City Hall is open for select services by appointment only. Members of the public are invited to participate in meetings electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watchnow. While in-person delegations are not feasible at this time, members of the public are invited to submit written comments or participate electronically by contacting delegation@kitchener.ca. Written comments are circulated to council members prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. So we have one consent item on the agenda this evening. Can I have a mover? Councillor Gazzola, did you want to comment or are you moving it?
No, it's in the ward that I represent, so I will move it.
Okay.
Okay.
Are there any comments? Or I guess all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item, first discussion item on the agenda is the tree canopy target for the city. So we have some delegations, but first I'd like to call in Niall Lobley, the Director of Parks and Cemeteries, and Joshua Shea, Manager of Forestry and Natural Areas, who will provide a 5-minute presentation, PowerPoint presentation on this matter.
Good evening, members of council. Good evening, Chair Chapman, and congratulations on your role as chair. I'm sure you'll do a fantastic job and look forward to working with you in this capacity over coming months. I'm delighted to be here this evening, bringing back to you Kitchener's tree canopy, a proposal for a tree canopy target for the city of Kitchener. I'm joined by a large group of staff across multiple departments that have been involved in pulling this together, and I'm looking forward to the discussion this evening and probably again at council in a few weeks' time. So this is a strategic priority within the corporate strategic plan and responds to action 13 of the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy approved by council in 2019. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Josh Shea, the manager, who will walk you through a quick presentation of some of the highlights of the report before you this evening.
Thank you, Niall, and thank you, Chair Chapman, for the opportunity to present tonight. The presentation here today is just an overview of the staff reporting information you've received. So it's relatively high level and only covers a certain matter of this subject. So if there's questions, we certainly welcome that discussion afterwards. Next slide, please. The discussion around tree canopy, what we're talking about is the branches, leaves, and stems of trees when viewed from above. So the more tree canopy, the more benefits that the trees provide to the community. And the higher the level of canopy, the greater tree coverage you would see when viewing that from the air. Next slide, please. When we start talking about tree canopy, the first thing to look at is where we stand today, current day. And this data is from 2019, but Kitchener's tree canopy right now is about 27.2%. And it ranks relatively close to other municipalities in Southern Ontario in terms of what their tree canopies are. Obviously, each municipality is different in terms of their city and their jurisdiction and how it lays out, but Kitchener's at or about 27.2% tree canopy. Looking at setting tree canopy and how we look at setting a target, we have data that compares 2014 to 2019 to understand how our tree canopy has changed. And in that 5-year period, we've seen a 2.4% increase in tree canopy. So we've actually seen a growth in tree canopy. It's about 2.5%, which is an optimistic target or an optimistic growth value over a 5-year period. So that's actually relatively high, given all the things that we've seen occurring in Kitchener, the loss of emerald ash or ash trees from emerald ash borer and other factors that have contributed to that. And the growth is largely a factor of our tree planting programs. So again, we've seen an increase across the city, and we're sitting right now at about 27%. Next slide, please. When we start talking about tree canopy, it's very important to consider the factors that contribute to tree canopy. And we often will gravitate towards, and it is one factor is tree planting, but there's a number of different components that contribute to how our tree canopy changes in a positive or a negative way. The arrows you see in front of you, the red arrows, are the ones which factor most or immediately in terms of either influencing positively or negatively tree canopy. So our tree growth, as trees age, they grow. As they grow, they contribute to tree canopy. Factors which have an immediate impact are when trees are caused by mortality. So that's natural mortality, death, insects, pests, various factors that contribute to a tree dying before it reaches its maturity or its end of its life cycle. And then tree removal, that's something that we as people have the most impact on in terms of removing trees on public and private lands. The other two factors are more of the long-term factors, the natural regeneration, and that's trees which by seed or other factors grow and plant themselves. It also contributes in our natural areas where you see tree canopy in a forest environment where it's growing naturally. And then our intensive or purposeful tree planting program. So that's where we're planting trees, contributes to a long-term gain. So we don't actually see those benefits for a long period of time. Next slide, please. The other factor to keep in mind or to consider is trees planted today actually don't provide those benefits for roughly 40 to 50 years. So the most important factor which contributes to tree canopy is keeping mature trees large and mature over time. So again, a tree planted today provides only a small benefit in comparison to mature trees, which are providing a much, much larger benefit over time. Next slide. Our work to develop a tree canopy target is positioned on the 5 branches of the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy. So when we talk about developing implementation plans and we look at developing programs, we'll keep in mind and be focused on the 5 branches that you see before you here is we'll plan ahead to make sure we make the right decisions. We have to maintain the tree canopy we have to keep it growing and sustaining over the long term. We'll continue and focus on community engagement and community involvement. We'll protect what we have, again, from early loss or early mortality, and then we'll plant correctly and deliberately, making sure we're choosing where we plant our trees and or how we plant our trees to make sure they provide the greatest benefit. Next slide. We, as part of our tree canopy project specifically, we did undertake a community engagement process, but a lot of our community engagement overall is informed by the work that went into developing the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy in 2019. Some of the things we heard from our most recent engagement when we started talking about tree canopy was there is support by the community for a balanced approach to urban forest management. So not just focusing solely on one aspect over another, but trying to balance short-term and long-term approaches. There was interest and support for investing in an equity-based approach. So that means investing in activities, whether it be tree protection, whether it be tree planting, whether it be maintenance in areas which need it the most in order to achieve the greatest outcome. And then we saw themes of stewardship, private property planting, resident-led projects, and city-supported programs. So there was a broad-based support for that. Some key themes that emerged there was an overall a lot of support for us to continue with our tree planting program, both on public lands and on private property. There was also a push and an insistence that we continue to maintain what we have before we plant new trees, in which it makes sense to try and grow those trees to reach the greatest benefit. And then tree protection was a key element that we heard from the public and looking for us to develop policies for both public and private trees and bylaws and other mechanisms and tools which support tree conservation in the long term. Again, overall, there was a theme and will continue to be a focus on education, community engagement, and stewardship. Next slide, please. When looking at tree canopy, and this is sort of looking at it comprehensively, so there's a lot of factors that go into growing your tree canopy and maintaining your tree canopy over time. So it involves a multifaceted approach, so not a single option where you can just plant trees and hope the tree canopy grows over time. There's a variety of factors that go into that. Looking at planning properly, maintaining protection, engagement, and planting. We're focused on looking to implement specific projects in wards and neighborhood levels. And that's why you've read and heard about the tree canopy target, both in a neighborhood or a ward level, but also across the city level or citywide level, which allows us to be able to get into the right level of work to take the right approach where and when needed. So if certain wards need tree planting programs, certain wards need tree maintenance programs, it allows us to adapt and invest where we're going to have the biggest bang or biggest impact. All of our work is action oriented and support about, as I mentioned, implementation plans. So again, you'll see various action plans, special projects, maintenance programs, et cetera, in various locations across the city. Next slide, please. When you look at tree canopy variability, and this is where leading research in tree canopy argues and suggests that tree canopy targets be selected for at the ward or the planning level or the community level, because you can have the greatest impact and you see the greatest changes at those levels, as opposed to simply just setting a target and working linearly in a linear fashion towards that. When we look at tree canopy wards or percentages across Kitchener, they fall into various ranges. With the lowest being 16% and the highest being 36.2% currently. In the next slide, we'll show you where that breaks down specifically into different wards. Again, when we looked at the current range, the 27% range, there's about 5 wards that are below that level and 5 wards that are above that level. When we start to set a target and we select that 30% in the ward levels, you'll see that red line on the screen. Again, a number of the wards are below that level, and a couple of wards are above that level, which when we're looking at investing in tree canopy and trying to set an ambitious target or an effort to work towards, something like this, you can see our ability to increase ward tree canopy in a ward that has 16, and we're looking to bring it to 30. That's a substantial investment and an incredible increase. The other factor you can look at this and look at wards that already have achieved that 30%. You have to keep that 30%. So it requires investing to keep that tree canopy at that state or that level. So you can kind of understand when you look at it from more of an equity lens, there's investments all over the place to try and keep those levels at or around our target range. Next slide, please. And again, this is just a reiteration of the recommendations you see in front of you. We're looking to achieve a 30% tree canopy in all wards by 2050 and a 33% tree canopy target by citywide by 2070. I've spoken to, and you'll hear more about specific action plans and implementation plans. And we'll bring those forward in a year's time to be able to explain further and demonstrate where the budget would be spent to help us achieve those goals and those targets. There's also a lot of a recommendation that staff review existing tree protection policies and programs across other jurisdictions to see what's working, to see what's not, and to implement here locally what we feel will have the biggest impact. And that's actually my last slide. I appreciate the opportunity to share this information tonight, and I welcome the discussion that will follow.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I ask everybody to put your hands down? We're Before we go to delegations, I just wanted to point out that we did receive a written submission from Professor Dawn Cassandra Parker from the University of Waterloo, and that will now be part of the public record. Our first delegation is Patrick Gilbride from Green Solutions, and you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Well, has he been admitted?
Yes, Zoom is just sending him over.
Okay. Hello, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Chapman, members of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee, staff, and fellow delegates. I'm the Associate Director and Manager of REAP Green Solutions Green Infrastructure Programs, which includes our tree stewardship programs. At the end of last fall, we wrapped up our 3rd year of tree stewardship and planting activities in partnership with the city. We saw our 3rd consecutive year of growth in homeowner participation. We are excited to continue to grow these activities in the upcoming years to help support the engagement and planting pillars of Kitchener's sustainable urban forest strategy. When the public consultation around tree canopy opened up in November, the breakdown by ward in the tree canopy technical report allowed us to do some geographical comparisons of where we have worked with homeowners to plant trees. For example, we noticed that in several of the wards that were identified as having the greatest need for increased tree canopy, there was less participation from homeowners in planting trees through our backyard tree planting program. It's also interesting to see in the technical report the greater theoretical potential to plant trees on private land in these areas. While there could be several explanations for this correlation, such as different types of land use and amount of impervious surfaces, larger point I want to make is that there is value in digging in deeper to this analysis and understanding of how tree canopy can not just increase, but be distributed equitably amongst residents. We see prioritizing a realistic and equitable tree canopy target as an important step that will need to be bolstered by proper planning, education, and community engagement. I won't name names of other places, but in talking with other nonprofits in other jurisdictions, these tree canopy targets are far too often set, but not sufficiently thought out or properly resourced. So we appreciate the level of detail that has gone into bringing this proposal forward. I mentioned off the top, 2 of the 5 pillars called out in the Urban Forest Plan of engagement and planting. The 3 other pillars of planning, proactive instead of reactive maintenance, and protection are all of great importance as well. Specifically in regards to tree bylaw protection, there does need to be a strengthening of tree protection in Kitchener, both on private and on public property. Based on the best research we have seen, the leading jurisdictions like the town of Oakville have done this as a legislative framework with tree protection as an overarching paradigm, as opposed to adoption of a single bylaw. This holistic approach helps to ensure that tree protection permeates other areas such as the development process, permitting, and bylaws, and also extends to protection of topsoil and other critical resources that trees need to grow and thrive. I won't be able to go into it in any detail in my allotted time, but there was an excellent study done by planning students at UW for the city of St. Catharines, which came up with 12 best practices around tree protection. Unsurprisingly, the first is to implement a private tree bylaw. The other 11 should be weighed in equal measure to come up with a Made in Kitchener approach. The key finding from the study was that there is a critical need for both a strong policy regime and community programs that educate and involve residents in stewardship and protection. The city has work to do on both of these fronts, but there has been some real progress that can be observed on several of the 28 metrics the city chose for its 2017 Urban Forest Report Card, not least among them developing a tree canopy target. There are a lot of merits to acting swiftly to enact tree protection legislation as Cambridge has done, especially given the urgency brought on from the sheer amount of development and infill occurring. There are also merits to thinking about tree protection holistically and deliberatively, which does take time. Ultimately, I hope there can be a balance that can be struck between these two imperatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We do have some questions for you. Margaret Johnston, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you, Mr. Gilbride, for coming in tonight. I really appreciate your comments. So a couple of questions for you. You talked about the need to have proper resources and thinking behind where we go from here, and around being more proactive, not reactive. I'm wondering if you can make some comments on proactivity.
The proactive piece, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I think definitely, and this is something that we've seen with climate change. There's bigger wind events, so really assessing and doing proactive pruning. So there aren't these huge cleanups after we have like windstorm events. That's really critical. I think it's most important for street trees where those can be the biggest hazards as well. So I think that's really important, and I know it's become a priority of council when the urban forest plan was approved, and I know some progress has been made, but I don't know to what level of detail. So I'll defer that back to Niall and Josh to answer that one. Yeah, and then I mean the other thing we really sort of emphasize in all of our work is education. So in a lot of cases, speaking to stewardship and preserving our mature trees, like there's a lot of education that can be done to say trees can be pruned to remove those hazards. Their lives can be extended, rather than just tree removals. So I think that education piece is critical too.
Yes, thank you. Another interesting piece that you brought up, because we hear this a lot, and in fact, staff had a slide around this. Is we often hear about the pieces that Toronto, Oakville, and Cambridge have in place in terms of their tree policies. But what's interesting was whenever we look at the comparisons in terms of their tree canopy cover, is very similar to what we already have in place here. I think that Toronto was 28, Oakville 28, Cambridge was 27, and Kitchener is right in there with 27.2%, I believe it was. So I'm wondering if I think it's important that we do an analysis, a very thorough analysis of what's happening in other places, to look at what's good and maybe what's not. I'd love to hear your comment on that, and maybe why you think our numbers are all similar.
Yeah, I don't really have a good answer to that. I'm certainly not a policy wonk. My general instinct though is that a lot of these tree policies are fairly, I think Toronto and Oakville are sort of ahead of the curve a little bit, but similar to what they say about sort of the benefits of these tree canopy take years and years to be realized. I think some of these policies, good and bad, it's really too soon in some cases to judge them by tree canopy as a metric. I know Toronto, like I said, they're ahead of the curve, but they're bringing in new rules all the time, which I think it's really good to keep fingers on the pulse of that. So yeah, I don't have a great answer to that, but I think I would be cautious about drawing a direct line between those two things.
No, and I'm not trying to. I just think that the data there is interesting. So I just I wondered about that from your perspective as well, and the proactive piece too. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Next, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Thanks, Patrick, for coming in. And REAP does a lot of great things and for the city and for the environment throughout the Waterloo region. And we do thank you for that. I guess my couple questions are, one is sort of related to what you had mentioned in what you've mentioned in your presentation with regards to tree planting. And when you do tree planting for private citizens, where do you plant these trees?
Well, the majority are in people's backyards. That's usually the lowest hanging fruit, where there's space available and there's the least competition from underground utilities. We do some inside and front yards. We do locates, but primarily it's in people's backyards. And then we have specific rules around, we won't plant, directly close to like the property line. We won't plant close to hard surfaces. So those trees really have the soil volume and space to grow and, reach maturity. So
that's great, because that was one of my concerns. That it was, as members of committee here in council, a lot of the complaints that we do receive about trees in general are neighbors planting trees right near the property lines, and as they mature, they destroy the neighboring property, or they take away whatever pleasures that the tree does towards their property. So I'm glad that you guys are paying attention to that, because that to me is one of our biggest concerns, which is something I'll bring up later on. The other question I have is with regards to, you were mentioning tree preservation. And so what do you mean by tree preservation on private properties?
Well, I think, I don't have a specific definition, but essentially, like, it's, making sure that trees that have, vigor and are able to thrive, they live the longest life possible, and obviously I think there needs to be exceptions for trees that are potential hazards, or trees that can interfere with the built infrastructure, but ideally it's trees that have already reached maturity and can senesce and continue to provide those benefits.
Okay, so those are some pretty good criteria, but one of the criteria I'm concerned about is, as you may know and heard, we have a housing shortage, and these are both noble causes, and for us to balance them. So if let's say, for an example, we had an empty lot that's an infill lot that had a tree right dead center or whatever, what are your thoughts on that it would inhibit a development?
Yeah, and again, I'll sort of lean on the fact that I'm not a policy wonk, and I'm certainly not familiar with all the development processes and bylaws. One of the things in that study I mentioned from the UW students is they talk a lot about perimeter trees and focusing on perimeter trees. So I think that potentially can be a guiding principle in some of these decisions. But I think it's difficult to say. I think each case, it needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, appreciate your answers. Thank you, Patrick, for coming in.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your questions. I just have one comment that I'd like to make, and that is, can you please send us the link to the student report?
Sure, yeah, I can send that to staff. I've already shared it with Niall and Josh, but I can send it with the Daniela as well. So,
okay, that would be very helpful. Thank you. I think those are all the questions for now, and thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Janine Toms.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Lovely, thank you. I really appreciate we're having this important discussion, and I really appreciate the opportunity to present to council. So here goes. With more than half of the city of Kitchener's trees located on private property, there's an increasing need to protect trees on these properties that are less than 1 acre. This pursuit will greatly improve our chances of reaching a more robust canopy cover as we work towards building Kitchener's environmental plan. Beyond the pursuit of where to plant trees, a bigger priority should be ensuring the longevity of existing trees, as full-grown trees provide much greater benefits than the newly planted ones. As a homeowner in downtown Kitchener, I was grateful to recently accept a tree that was planted in my front yard by the city of Kitchener. However, I am perplexed as to why 2 months prior, a dozen mature trees were cut down by a developer on a property adjacent to mine. For me, that seems counterintuitive. Intensification, which as was just recently talked about, it is a necessity, so is affordable housing. However, in these older and established neighborhoods where there are more mature trees, these are the ones that possess more threat of having trees on the peripheral, such as what I witnessed, removed for greater gain. I did recently receive a letter from the city of Kitchener with a 2-page list of upcoming developments, which in the 6 years I've resided here, I've never received. So we obviously are in these unprecedented times of development. And I feel that we do have the opportunity here to remove the loophole in the city of Kitchener of zero protection of trees on private properties less than 1 acre. By setting these standards to prospective developers, we can stop the instances where there is clear cutting of countless trees for maximum financial gain. The lack of best practices and guidelines really leaves us open to environmental exploitation. I did have the opportunity to review the city's tree canopy target for Kitchener. One consideration for me that stuck out was that comment of appreciate that not everyone loves trees. To me, with the city of Kitchener declaring a climate emergency in its 2019 sustainability report, I'm not sure that we're in a position to pander to those who don't love trees. In an urban setting, trees improve groundwater, reduce soil erosion, contribute to stormwater management, help to mitigate urban heat, and provide habitat for wildlife. Not to mention, one mature tree can provide a day's oxygen for up to 4 people. I also noted in the tree canopy target recommendations that efforts to protect trees on private properties could be seen as an inefficient use of staff time. Municipalities across Canada have taken measures to protect trees on private property. Personally, I would look to Oakville's bylaw 2017-038 and Toronto's private tree bylaw Article 3 of Chapter 813 with regards to regulating and prohibiting the removal of trees on private properties. By filing a tree removal permit application, one in fact could be seen as a revenue stream, which hopefully could offset staff time. Adopting these policies from our peers would enable a viable method of going forward. And in conclusion, know that it takes over 30 years for a tree to grow to maturity and mere moments to cut it down. I feel taking pause on the removal of trees that we can't have back is, to me, worth staff time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a question from Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. And thank you, Janine, for coming in. The questions I have are very similar to the ones that I mentioned to the previous delegation, and that's with regards to trees that are, you had mentioned in your presentation that all trees should be preserved. So you're saying not a single tree should ever be cut down on private property. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
I honestly no. I certainly feel like in my own property, I have a tiny house and I did remove a tree in order to make room for that. So I feel everyone deserves a home, but I don't believe that it should be at the removal of all trees. And I feel from what I've witnessed just literally in my backyard, there was a situation that transpired where they were all on the peripheral, the trees. They wouldn't have impacted this gentleman's design. However, he decided to remove everything before putting in his application. And I think that's kind of happening a lot. And there's sort of this irrelevance that there is nothing in place to mitigate what takes place. So you can do that and not have to worry about it. I feel such as in British Columbia, when they're building, they oftentimes incorporate existing trees into their designs because yes, for certain, we need to have housing to accommodate people. And I think especially affordable housing.
Okay, because I think right now staff are already doing that as far as with regards to tree preservation plans with infill development. I can't speak specifically for the property that you are. I'm not saying that didn't happen or anything, but just I know that there is a form of tree preservation within all of the development that's infill. And so that's part of the question why I wanted to bring up with around the perimeter. And because a lot of these trees that I experience in the area I represent, the trees that are on the perimeter are the ones that are causing problems with other neighbors. So how do you deal with those?
Yes. So, and I can, again, similar to the previous speaker, I mean, I'm a layman, I'm a homeowner, and I guess what I bared witness to, I thought, I can't look away. I got to come out and talk. So in my experience, I do have some trees on the peripheral of my property as well. And that became quite a contingency, but it seemed to be that for them to develop to the greatest portions ever, proponents of their property lines, they were then trying to eradicate my trees as well, which I don't like. I think there's a lot of moving parts there. As you asked the last speaker, obviously, if there's a tree dead center in a property, it should go because you want that maximum capacity and volume of housing to happen. But I think when someone comes in and just desecrates a spot just because they can, I think we need to look at that.
Okay, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your questions. Now, Councillor Singh, you had a question?
Yeah, just further to Councillor Ioannidis's, and thank you, Janine, for coming forward. I appreciate the passion that you have in ensuring that we grow our tree canopy, and that will have to happen through some level of preservation as well. Did you say that you actually had to? So just understanding your anecdotal experience, you put in a tiny home in your backyard, did you say?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally did. It's
That's
cute as
fantastic.
button. You should come by.
That's fantastic. And we thank you for taking up on our changing planning policies that does allow residents to create easily, additional housing units in their backyards. And that greatly helps to increase our housing stock. And more importantly, these units typically end up being more affordable housing.
Yes.
So, in speaking of your own experience where you had to remove a tree, so put yourself in circumstances and other residents where they are then required to make an explanation of or put that rationale why that tree needs to be removed, as opposed to having a general right to I guess manage their lot as long as it's below an acre. Allowing those smaller lots to have that flexibility of putting those tiny homes. So wouldn't it be counterintuitive to your request then? I'm with you. And I think there needs to be a lot stronger rules for those larger lots that are acre and above, because they do accommodate a lot more tree canopy, especially if smaller lots have a building on it to begin with. There may be just a couple trees on it. So how do we, you answered that question a little bit, but in your own experience, how do we manage that, our greater need and desire to have intensification, encourage residents that already have smaller lots to build, additional dwelling units, while at the same time putting greater restrictions in cutting down of trees that may be existing on their lot?
Yep, and that's a really valid question. I think that there just needs to be some best practices in place. So I'm certainly not opposed to, and I support the cause of having more intensification and ensuring that everyone has a house. I think what I had to bear witness to was like my property has quite a number of trees, and I would have been happy to fill out an application with regards to the removal of a tree. And if it was deemed inappropriate, I would have then changed my development to coincide with that. However, what I saw just over the fence is someone that every single tree, every single one, it was all in the peripheral, a dozen, they all went, everything. And it was done to me needlessly, because you could still intensification and build upwards and build out. Like it won't enable any more, other than I guess they don't have to incorporate it into their design. I think that's the extremisms. We're on both sides of that. So here's me taking one, and here's someone else who takes everything. There's got to be some middle ground.
Sure, and I appreciate your position. You're saying, and your neighbor, on the other side, perhaps may have an issue, the fact that you removed even the one tree, right? So again, it's varying views. Beyond our current control through the planning policy of landscape planning, whenever development application comes forward, can we not put greater emphasis in that avenue of ensuring that, again, trees had to come down as long as they're below an acre, a developer does what they need to do, but then through the site plan review process and landscaping approvals that they're required to plant, the maximum amount of trees that they can on the peripheral of their building, and at least there would be a long-term tangible benefit coming from that development, not only from the housing, but perhaps from planting of additional trees as well. Can that not be a trade-off?
Now, again, I feel like that could be something that you would negotiate. Having said that, a tree that has reached its maturity offers a lot greater benefits than the one, for instance, that was planted in my front yard. It will be lovely, but it will take probably 25 years to get there. So again, seeing an entire 2 sections of trees all removed, you can't get that back. And sure, you could plant a few token trees, but they're going to be much smaller, and they're going to take a significant amount of time to offer the benefits and that tree canopy than what was removed.
Thank you, Ms. Toms. What I'm hearing is there needs to be a balance, and I agree with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just have one last question. You talk about setting standards. Can you give us details on what standards you would like to see set?
I feel like there should be a permit application, which is similar to some of the other jurisdictions. We've been throwing that around, Oakville and Toronto and what have you, that you would put in and you would pay in order to do so. And then that piece would be processed on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so yeah, I know you had mentioned that. I didn't know if there were other measures that you had in mind. One other question I have, and this is sort of a reflection of one of the written submission that we had. And in the submission, they talked about the size of the tree, the maturity of the tree. So what would you say is more important, the size of the tree or the number of trees on any given property?
That is a very good question. And I feel a little bit like Patrick in the sense that I'm probably the layman, that I own a house and I live in Kitchener, and that's probably where my expertise begin and end. I certainly, from doing a little bit of research to present this evening, there are greater benefits with the mature trees versus planting of new trees. And I just feel that we should probably take pause when removing them and just having some sort of like policy in place so that people can't just blindly kind of overtake something and uproot it. So yes, I like what the discussion has looked like, where perhaps there is a little bit of that back and forth of, by removal, there would be put in place some additional planting that would take place, with the expectation that it will take probably 25 years to gain that full benefit.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for coming in. I think those are all the questions.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next, we have Lillian Bass. Hi, Lillian. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair Chapman and the committee and staff. My husband and I live on Maple Hill Drive, so we are in one of the higher treed Ward 8, but we are less than an acre. And so the issues that the previous delegate was just talking about apply here. So we have tried our best to take care of our trees. My husband and I spent quite a lot of effort in it. That's not been the experience all the way up and down our street. And as our street is redeveloping, they're older homes and they're being ripped down and big homes put in place, we are losing significant amounts of trees. So the 1 acre thing really does need to be dealt with. I think that the urban forest desperately needs municipal protection. What I'm going to say is really echoing what the previous delegates have also said. I'm generally in agreement with the report. I think that good work has been done and we're heading in the right direction. What's disappointing me is the long timelines. And I have a sense of hesitation of dealing with perhaps the most difficult part of the conservation aspect, which is the tree bylaws for the sub 1 acre properties and other ways we might achieve that same thing. 2050 is almost 2 generations away. So if we don't get moving faster, I'm quite concerned about the urgency of climate change. Where if we don't now bake in preservation of the trees we have, in addition to what we need to plant, we're going to miss out on the air quality benefits, the cooling effects, the carbon sequestration, the wildlife habitat. We don't get that back. So we've got to, in my opinion, preserve what we have. We absolutely need to plant new trees, especially we need to deal with the currently underserved areas of the city. Absolutely agree with that. But it's an and, not an or, in my opinion. We need to do both. And I'm encouraged as I'm listening tonight that people do seem to think that that might be the way we go. I just really would like to put a little gasoline under it and amplify it. If I can directly quote the staff report, trees planted today will only start to have a significant bearing on canopy in 50 years. So actions today will only become reflected in the canopy in 50 years' time. We have some trees on our property, some sugar maples, our arborist estimates are 125 years old. We also have seedlings. We have the whole mix of age of trees. So we're very lucky, but if we were to start cutting those trees and if our neighborhood continues to cut trees, we're just not going to get that back and we need to protect it now. I was pleased that 2,500 people responded to the community engagement efforts. I think that the entire council and staff should be thrilled that there's that many people in Kitchener in COVID time who want to give their input. I think that speaks to the high level of priority that we have for this. I'm a little worried though that I did the survey myself too. I'm a little worried that the wording of the survey led respondents to have a ranking or a trade-off response. And so that what's in the staff report about we want to do this and this first is maybe not quite an accurate read of people's wishes. I think that they want to do both. I think people want to do both, preserve what we have as well as build out more. There's definitely been good work done on planting some new trees in education. That's fantastic. We just don't go far enough in this business of an and, not an or. And so to beef up the municipal protection of the trees that we have, in addition to doing the planting. I think the planting is the easier side. People get excited about planting, and the harder part is maintaining what we have. But I was very encouraged with the previous delegates' comments that we do seem to have a strong feeling about that in Kitchener, and maybe we can get it there. I also think the development of ward by ward, neighborhood by neighborhood action plans is a very good idea. I think during the implementation of that, you may find that the need to beef up the protections, and you may be surprised about homeowner willingness to do it. I think it will be more apparent. Let's hope so. So whether that means beefing up the tree conservation bylaw to apply under an acre, because my property has got a ton of trees on it, but we're only 0.4 of an acre. So technically I could clear cut them. Perhaps we implement some other restrictions by designating some mature canopy areas of the city in some way, that we will protect it. I think that that's good for the property. It's good for resale values of our property, not just good for the environment, which is obvious. I consider doing it with the building permit process. That might be the way we get around the problems we're having with just the infill zoning change trigger of that kind of review for the protection of the trees. So I think Kitchener can find ways to meet the provincial growth targets. I know we have to deal with those. I'm absolutely in favor of intensification also, but the intensification, in my opinion, should happen in the areas where we've already lost our generations old trees. So they're gone in many parts of the city. Let's intensify there and save the trees that we do have. If Wikipedia is right, and I did a little looking this afternoon, Kitchener has an area of 137 square kilometers. So that means our current 27% canopy covers 37 square kilometers, reasonably impressive. But to get it to 35, which I think would be a better target than 33, would mean adding 11 square kilometers of canopy. And I just have serious doubts that we can do that by adding just street trees and the odd tree in the corner of an intensification project. So we have to protect the forest we have as well. If we're ever going to meet our citywide targets, it would be mathematically impossible, I think, if we have significant loss of our existing urban forest to then get to our greater targets. So to close, I would ask committee to consider a few specific things. First, I would suggest adopting a more aggressive target. 35 to 40% would be great. Who says we have to be stopping at Toronto's levels? Second, accelerate the target to 2040. 2050 is too far in the future. Third, provide some interim reports on a 2-year basis, not a 5-year basis. 5 years is too much time to lose when we're trying to deal with this. Fourth, establish some annual milestones that progress us to a 2040 target of 35 to 40%, and compare our actual every 2 years. Again, because longer time periods, it'll get away from us. And lastly, I ask, as you might have figured out, that we have some much stronger protective bylaws and that we implement them no later than next year, 2023. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have a couple questions for you. Councillor Johnston, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman, and through you, Lillian, thank you so much for being here tonight. I know how passionate you are about the trees in your neighborhood, and I'm so appreciative of that. We have a really strong group of people there who are working very dedicated. So thank you. Thank you again. And thank you for being so proactive about your tree management as well, which I think is really part of this too. And I wondered if you can expand on something that I know you've talked about, but that it's not, it's an and, not an or. Okay, that both need to be done together. I'm wondering if you can expand on that, please.
Sure. So I'm completely in favor of planting new trees, especially in underserved areas. And to the extent we can put a tree in the corner of some of these intensification projects there too. Anywhere we can put a tree and it's going to thrive, absolutely. But we have to protect what we've got as well. And I think how we decide what to protect probably has some subdivision. So on our property, the back half of our property is probably the original woodlot. I don't think it's ever been built on. So we have 125-year-old sugar maples, and we have quite a mix of trees. They probably need more protection than somebody whose magnolia is hanging over the sidewalk and was never the tree that should have been planted there. So I think that there's some intelligence to be applied to which trees we decide we've got to protect at all costs. So it's not like every tree in the city has to stay where it is, for sure not. But there are groupings of trees on private property, and our neighborhood is a great example, that are just too precious because they're too healthy, mixed, old, young. The wildlife that uses them all the time, they provide the corridors through the city for them. We just have to be really appreciative of some of this last little vestiges we have and take really good care of them at the same time as building up a nice inventory of trees for the other neighborhoods in the city as well.
Thank you.
Next, we have questions from Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thanks, Elaine, for coming in. I'm going to ask some sort of similar questions with regards to what I've asked the other previous delegates, and I think I've heard it in your presentation. So how do you feel about trees that are impacting other neighbors' properties' enjoyment?
Well, I'm a good person to ask. So as Councillor Johnson is aware, we do take really good care of our trees. We get the arborist in every 2 years, and so we have these huge old trees. Two of which hang over my glass kitchen. My sunroof is my kitchen. So like we're very motivated to not let these things fall over. So I would echo what the gentleman from REAP said, that you can maintain an older tree by pruning and care. So that's the first thing I would say about how they can impact others. The other thing to know is that in our neighborhood, the big storm we had in June that blew down trees all the way down Glasgow, that included trees in our backyard, our neighbor's backyard, the further 2 or 3 doors up the street. And I think that if you own a property that has mature trees on it, you need to know you have to take care of them. And you need to know that in climate change, you really better take care of them. And I'm still willing to do that. And I'm not the only person who is. The only trouble we have is actually from another neighbor's tree blowing down and making a direct hit on our garden shed, actually. Because in that case, the homeowners, I think, unaware of how they should and could care for their tree. So there's another option for your education program. I think that there will always be trees that need to come down for safety reasons, that trees have a lifespan and eventually they would have to come down. But there are many, many ways that we can preserve them and keep them there. And a good arborist is really the secret.
Okay, that's a good answer. I just not everyone can afford an arborist, but I mean that's okay.
I appreciate that, and I think that that's something that the city could really look at as an effective way to sustain our private mature forests, is to help some homeowners in that regard.
Okay. And then I guess my second question is, because you had mentioned your lot's a rather big lot, it leads me to believe that your house would be a perfect candidate for a tiny home, which would basically satisfy the needs of this community's housing needs and the lack of housing and everything else, and to protect the countryside line from expanding. So how would you treat your property if there was, let's say you wanted to have a tiny home and there was trees in the way? How would you go about that?
Actually, our house is not a good candidate. Our property is not a good candidate for a tiny home because I wouldn't want to disturb the trees, and because of the terrain. It's quite hilly and ravine at the back, so it would actually be quite a project to put one in our backyard. There would be room, and you could more put it in the front yard, I would say. I don't think it's the best place to put one, but I do agree that they're awesome. A good friend of mine just put one in too. I just think that there's better places in the city that we can do that without disturbing the trees as well.
Okay. I mean, land is a limited supply. So, I mean, I think that is a challenge when you factor in many other things. Yeah. But anyways.
No, well, actually, if you want to know where I think we should put our intensification, where without having to disturb new land, is every little neighborhood plaza should go up 2 or 3 stories and put 3-bedroom family oriented apartments on them. But that's not the purpose of today's meeting.
Love your idea. I do that personally. So anyway, but I guess my other question is with regard. So when you're saying your property, is it sloped down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's called Maple Hill for a reason.
Yeah, because
start on the hill. And
so when you're saying the tree preservation, you want the city to basically have a little more teeth in enforcing these rules?
Yes, I do, because the 1 acre problem means that we have no ability to stop people from taking down mature trees, and our whole neighborhood is full of mature trees.
Okay.
And I would personally attach it to the building process, so that when you're trying to get your building permit, you have to deal with it, because otherwise we have to rely on the 1 acre thing, which if we add up all the 1 acre properties in the city, I would imagine it's not enough of our trees, because how many properties do we really have over 1 acre? I mean, there's some down in Glasgow, but there's can't be very many.
Okay.
And to count on the zoning change doesn't work either, because if we were to have demolished the home that was here, we significantly renovated when we bought this house to protect the trees. Had we demolished and rebuilt, we could have taken all the trees down. We could take them down tomorrow if we wanted. Nothing would stop us, because we're under 1 acre. And that has happened in our neighborhood.
Yeah, but there is tree preservation involved with any infill development. So
But
maybe,
we're not infill in that case, right? We're just taking down one house and putting another house up.
oh, I think you'd be
so-
considered infill. That would be
But
considered infill.
It hasn't seemed to be.
Okay, Councillor Arneides, can you queue back in, and we'll pass it on to
Sure.
Councillor. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I think it's Councillor Ioannidis, but I'll just carry on with some of the questions he's asked. Lillian, so what I heard, and thank you for presenting your perspective, is that you do want some greater control on tree protection. And through your questions of Councillor Ioannidis, you did address that, and you conceded not every homeowner has a capacity and ability to hire an arborist on a regular basis. It can be a quite extensive, onerous exercise that can be limited by many with financial constraints. So are you saying that the city should take control of that, as we not only aimlessly put in restrictive controls and putting that burden on the property owners of maintaining trees on their property for the benefit of all? Primarily they would be doing for community benefit, but they're bearing the personal cost. Do you then feel then the city should step up? Fine, great, put restrictions, put bylaws that would require permission of cutting or making any changes to a lot less than 1 acre of cutting of trees, or making any changes to those trees on that lot. But maintaining those trees would come and be borne by the cost of the city, So it would be city staff that would be available for ongoing maintenance of those trees. Do you agree with that later points as well?
I don't see it as quite that extreme, no. If you're looking at
Before you answer that, I just want to add on one more thing.
Sure.
You would be amazed the extensiveness of how much we hear from our residents every year when we're looking at a tax rate change by 1% even.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which accounts to maybe $1 change or just a couple dollars over the year. So again, don't look at your own personal perspective of what you can afford, but residents that really do feel that even $1 pinch, and where hiring arborists can be in the hundreds of dollars on an annual basis, perhaps. So
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
I completely understand that, and I understand the pushback against tax increases. I'd like to push back on that too. I'm a retired CPA, so math is my friend. I think that you may have a false problem there, because a person who owns a property who can't afford to look at their tree at all, and you don't have to deal with the tree every year, if you have a problem tree, you have to have someone in. And if you have 10 problem trees, you have an expensive bill. If you have one problem tree, it's not so bad, and maybe the city can advise you, and maybe you can deal with it in a cheaper way. I don't think it's right to assume that everybody's going to have thousands of dollars of bills of arborists if we put in a tighter bylaw because if you have a smaller property, you have less trees to worry about in the first place. So I actually don't think you're going to turn up the worry that you are kind of talking around there. It's not like a small property's got 20 problem trees to take down. Also, if they're paying someone to take a tree down, that's not cheap either. So if they're taking down the tree to save money, I'm not sure you really have apples and apples, but that would be, it would need a little more examination for sure. And I agree, we don't need to have the tax bills go up very much about this.
No, we don't. And at the same time, I think I hear from you that we shouldn't be putting the weight on the homeowners as well, right?
Right, but I don't see us either having the city having a department of 50 arborists that are going around and tending them. But from the city's cost perspective, we would need to balance, I think, the cost of helping homeowners maintain their trees a little more versus the cost of stormwater management that the trees would have done for us for free. So you got to look at the whole picture.
No, and I agree with you. We do have to look at the whole picture. And at the same time, we have to be sensitive to, of course, our infrastructure. We have to be sensitive to our tax base, and we have to be respectful and sensitive to our homeowners as well. On their
Absolutely,
homeowners.
absolutely. But we have to look at all the things that factor into the tax bill.
Agreed. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for your questions. Next, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman. Just a point of information. It was through Lillian a few years ago that I had brought forward a motion that council had passed with regards to looking at a stormwater management rebate for residents who do look after the trees on their property, and I'll get staff to when they come on to answer questions to just reiterate that and where we are with that. But that Lillian, that was through your impetus. So thank you. It was a great idea, and it's a great carrot to use with residents to the ones that can afford to do so. Then we'll be able to look at a stormwater rebate. So thank you again for that.
You're welcome.
Councillor Michaud, did you have your hand up?
I did, and Councillor Johnson just kind of touched on it. I was just going to comment on Lillian. You've got some great comments, some great ideas, and just to tag on to that stormwater management, I'm wondering if, I don't think it's realistic for city staff to consider city staff having to helping maintain trees for residents. I can't imagine that happening. However, I think sometimes just a little bit more education on how to keep a tree healthy before it gets to the point where it's going to cost you a fortune to fix, maintain, or sadly cut down. So I think the combination of education and stormwater management rebate is a great idea. So thank you, Lillian, for coming in. I appreciate it.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. I think those are all the questions, and thank you very much for coming in. Next, we have Judy Ann Chapman.
Thank you. Chair Chapman, Mayor Vranovic, Kitchener Council, Kitchener staff. Thank you for the opportunity to share a case study that illustrates some of the complexity the city staff refer to in their tree canopy report. The Greenbelt Neighborhood Association, outlined in green, was formed in 1978 in response to a subdivision plan for intensification in a mature urban forest, outlined in turquoise in this picture. Greenbelt is defined as Maple Hill Drive in the north to Westwood Drive in the south, and the west on the east side of Silvercrest north of Glasgow, and Westwood Drive south of Glasgow to Nell Drive on the east. The Greenbelt neighborhood residents negotiated with the original developer and supported the 1978 Kitchener Council approval to subdivide the original lot of Westwood Drive and Glasgow Street under the existing zoning at that time to 5 lots, 4 of which were created shortly after approval, with 400 Westwood Drive later split or intensified into 2 lots in 1999. The tree plan for development was not followed, which led to large loss of mature forest. Now we have a new proposal outlined in red for 400 Westwood Drive, one of the 1978 lots to be further subdivided to 5 lots, 4 of which would be developed with zone changes of R2 moving to R4. This process represents iterative intensification justified by conditions created at the last subdivision. Next slide, please. I want to thank the Kitchener staff for recognizing the need for dynamic concurrent duality to increase the tree canopy in under canopied areas and protect and maintain canopy in mature urban forest. The Greenbelt Neighborhood Act has been active in maintenance and protection of mature urban forests, as emphasized earlier, since 1978. And we've emphasized that you need to develop under the existing zoning to save trees and to forestall a domino effect of iterative intensification or loss of trees in mature urban forests surrounding the property that is being developed. Because after all, once the precedent is set, the next person, when they sell, it's always when they sell, not the current residents, when they sell, will have justification for continuing the process. And domino, all the trees come down. And we've had clear cutting in our area. A new local proposal would redevelop one lot of the 1978 subdivision to create 4 new lots, reducing mature forest and setting the precedent of iterative zone change redevelopment. Next slide, please. Sorry, may I have the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. Kitchener needs equitable protection. I absolutely agree with it. And maintenance of mature trees, regardless of current canopy cover. Kitchener's neighborhood associations should be linked to promote consistent, equitable short-term and medium-term tree protection and maintenance of mature trees. Next slide, please. It's a wonderful opportunity that we have such a diverse and vibrant Kitchener Neighborhood Association linkage. So far, it's been kept to the opportunities for community and social networking, tree planting, and quality of life improvement. And I heartily recommend that we work together and improve and expand to share tree protection maintenance strategies. The Greenbelt neighborhood would be quite willing to do this on request. And I've participated in all the others, although we haven't been as active socially. We use our neighborhood, Victoria Hills, rather than having to cut down trees to put in a new community center, we go to Victoria Hills. And we also have, just to forestall the very serious questions about intensification, we in our Greenbelt neighborhood have all housing types. Just outside, we have apartment buildings, and that empty, partially developed field is more intensification, which now exists. It became 84 smaller homes. So it's not that we are against intensification, it's just that we really feel that there should be a categorization, treed or non-treed. And we did not object to the trees that were lost as a requirement because the original owner had the right to develop under the existing zoning. So if people stay under the existing zoning, we've done this a few times, if you stay under the existing zoning, we will be an unusual neighborhood association that goes to planning with you, comes to city council and says, we agree, and let's do this. So just background. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for coming in. There are a couple questions for you. First, Mayor Fabranovich.
Thanks very much, Ms. Chapman, for coming in today and for sharing some reflections on it with us. You talk a little bit about engaging the neighborhood associations and give some suggestion around that. I'm wondering if you can maybe elaborate a little more on that and how you think we can best support them. And then over and above neighborhood associations, do you think there's any other groups that, perhaps could become partners with this? I mean, I think of, whether it's maybe faith groups or service clubs or others that maybe you think we should be partnering with as we look at this 50-year plan?
Yes, certainly. So first of all, starting with the neighborhood associations, I've attended faithfully all the neighborhood association meetings that have come up, and I've been an outlier the whole time. Trees, trees, and trees, and I keep going around and looking for other outliers. And I haven't been too many of them. I recognize the presentation that was made, Janine Toms from downtown Kitchener, and I know that there's also a Dune Valley area. There are other areas of the city where we could share strategies, just like you share it for social reasons, just like you share it for tree planting and other community events. Why not? But it will, because it doesn't exist yet. I mean, I can say that because I keep going to the social events and I don't find really very many tree people. It is something we would have to start. As far as faith-based, yes. Now, unfortunately, our faith-based Opportunity Church is up in Waterloo, but we've done that. And we have been a part of proposing staying within the bylaws and actually staying under the zoning that we could have used and staying under the intensity, but doing good developments. I think there are all kinds of opportunities, but you need to start. And that's what I'm proposing here. And we also need to learn how to work with Kitchener's parks and other planning staff. And I was very fortunate back in '78 to be taken under the wings of experienced people, planning staff who took the time and the patience to help develop my skills. And then I'm a cancer researcher by trade. And then I used the arguments that I use in my own trade for tree counting. And joke. But anyway, basically the life of the tree has got a lot of similarity for the overall good as the life of people in the population. There are skills that we have that we can share, but we need to get started and we need to have linkages. You've done a great job with the neighborhood associations in Kitchener. I think we should continue the process and expand our options.
Awesome. Thanks. Thanks for that response. And thanks again for coming in. I think, with 44 years of experience by the sounds of it, you certainly bring some interesting perspectives. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. And Margaret, or Councillor Johnston, your turn. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, to Ms. Chapman. Judy Ann, thank you so much for coming in. You were probably the very first person that I met when I was first elected. I had the pleasure of meeting with you and you giving me education with regards to all the work and advocacy that you've done for trees in the Maple Hills and Greenbelt neighborhood. So thank you very much for that. I was actually going to ask the question that Mayor Verbanovic asked in terms of kind of those linkages. And that is certainly something that we've talked about because in Ward 8, trees are very important as they are across the city and in different places. Unfortunately, the pandemic has kind of in some ways curtailed some of that, but it's certainly something that I'm interested in following up with you more on. And I, again, wanted to thank you for your advocacy and for all of your work in getting the neighbors in the Greenbelt area together. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, and I think those are all the questions. So thank you very much for coming in tonight. Okay, our last delegation is Courtney Jansen Grieve.
There we go. Awesome.
Welcome,
Thank you.
Courtney. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to the staff who prepared the report and the presentation. I found it very helpful. And I really appreciated the focus on equity. I'm here as a personal resident of Kitchener, but I also work with newcomers. And so for me, seeing the disparities between neighborhoods and not even wards, but actual neighborhoods, it's really quite stark. And so one thing I wanted to maybe ask or have you think about was that there are only a few wards that are currently above that 30% target. And currently it looks like the wards are all going to have a target of 30%. And so one thing to increase the preservation would be to have the wards that are currently above 30% not decrease to 30%. So I don't know if that's anywhere in the wording. But if you have a ward that's already at 32 or 34%, then I would like to see that stay as the minimum and not actually be allowed, or I mean, as much as you can, not allow tree canopy to disappear, be allowed to go back down to 30% as a way to obviously keep the percentage over the whole city high. And then one thing that I noted in the report that I think maybe hasn't had enough conversation about tonight is the focus on where trees will be planted. And so one thing that I would like to see as a mother of small children is that a lot of trees be planted in the current green spaces and parks. So the parks that are the closest to me, I have a few of them. None of them have trees that have shade over the play structure. And so when you're having a 40-degree day and you can't go to a splash pad because they're closed, and you can't go to all these places that are cool and have air conditioning, but you're allowed to go to your park, there's no shade. And so it means you can't actually go for more than 20 to 30 minutes without needing to leave. So that was just kind of also where the benefit would be for the most amount of people, I guess, as well. And then one of the things on the 4th page of the report, just the second last paragraph, I just wanted to read the last sentence of that was just that some neighborhoods, will benefit from focusing on tree planting, others on protection, and then others on maintenance. And I, as similar to all of the other presenters today, would like to see all of those things happening, ideally in all of the neighborhoods in our city, even though I agree that some will benefit more from those different types. So yeah, strengthening bylaws and the rules, as well as planting aggressively. So something that I think a couple of counselors maybe touched on or asked questions about is something that I've encountered, which is when talking with city staff in applications to attempt to protect the trees through development applications or that type of application. And it comes up through both rezoning areas as well as environmental easements. That's kind of my very minimal understanding. And so I just wanted to say that I actually don't think that this is the best approach. It actually creates a piecemeal protection throughout and doesn't actually protect the whole area as a whole. And so you'll have one forest that crosses many neighbors, many houses. And if only a few of those houses are over 1 acre, then the whole forest is not protected. And so I think that you then have neighbors in the residents in the same neighborhood who have different rules on the trees on their property. So if you have a development application go through and now you have these easements, environmental easements, you have to do more than your neighbor has to do. And I feel like that actually kind of creates an imbalance. And I would prefer to see bylaws and rules that affect the entire neighborhoods, as opposed to, oh, well, you happen to put an application in, we're going to make you protect your trees, but your neighbor didn't put an application in, they can clear cut their property. And perhaps I'm misunderstanding that, but that's currently what I've been understanding and told and talked about with different people. And so I also think that something that was talked about a little bit was that it encourages clear cutting before you submit an application. And that's my current understanding as well, that if I wanted to develop my property, it's less than 1 acre, I could clear cut it and then be like, oh, hey, I want to now propose my application. And there's not a lot that can be done before I submit an application in terms of protecting the trees at this point. And so I would like to urge the council to move away from the piecemeal approach of protections through development applications and really towards a strengthened overall approach to protection. And I would also like to thank them for really the focus on equity throughout the city. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question, Councillor Johnston, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman, and Courtney. Thank you so much for coming in. Again, I know how passionate you are about the trees in your neighborhood. I actually think you have a great point in terms of the areas of the city that already are over the 30%. How do we look at ensuring that piece is maintained? So certainly that's something we can talk to staff about as well. I agree that in many of our parks, that is something we hear from parents about is, what we would really love to have in the park is some kind of a shade structure or something. Well, I think that planting trees, and though they take a long, as you know, they take a long time to get to that point, but where they are providing shade, but maybe you can just expand a little bit on that as well.
Yeah, I think there was a request for park input for Kiwanis. And I know that was like one of the biggest things is that that input was done in an area where there were no large trees at the time. And so I think that's that for me, that's really missing. Like I actively go to different parks all around our region and honestly all around the country and the world. Like I have little kids, so it's where I go. And so when you go somewhere that's like that, the amount of benefits of that shows, like not only to just obviously the air and the quality of the earth, but it's also just like the amount of time you can spend outside. It increases the amount of time families are outside, children are outside. We know that we need to be outside more. And if you have like basically a dry desert to be in, or like this beautifully shaded area, you're going to spend a lot more time outside. And so, and that goes especially to like with COVID and all the families that were in lockdown and couldn't go outside and didn't have a backyard. I'm sure you heard of a lot of that scenarios. Getting the parks open first was like super priority for a lot of families that I know. But then once we hit summer, just how hot it was, it really makes it hard. And then people have to go back inside again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Courtney.
You're welcome.
It looks like those are all the questions. And thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks.
Have a good evening. Okay, so next we have questions for staff. And I'm going to start with Councillor Johnston because I understand she has a motion she'd like to bring forward. And then we'll go to the list of councillors that keyed in earlier.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Would you like me to put the amendment forward first and discuss that first, or does that make the most sense?
I would say go ahead and put it forward, and there might be questions for staff related to it, or.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So, and I'm sorry, I can't be looking at the screen while I'm reading this. So I apologize. So I'm putting forward a revised recommendation for staff tonight. And first of all, I want to thank staff for all the work that they have done on this report. It really is an incredible amount of work. And what I'm asking for is that we actually have you do some more research and work to augment what you've done to kind of move us forward more. So my revised recommendation is the staff be directed to initiate a review of existing tree conservation processes in the city, including a review of the existing bylaws and processes, including the Kitchener Tree Conservation Bylaw, a review of requirements for tree planting contained within the development manual, reviewing the tree management policy and any relevant policies as required, undertake a jurisdictional scan of other municipal tree conservation processes, policies, and bylaws, with an intention to extend and strengthen tree conservation measures and report back to council with preliminary findings by the end of 2022.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you could share it with staff, so not to put up right now, but when we get to voting, so that we've got the wording of what you're proposing.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we have Bill, or sorry, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. So we're doing questions of staff now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I guess my question is would be Josh. And I think I've asked this in the past, why are we focusing so much on what private residents are doing rather than focusing on what we need to do as our own municipality. And granted, some of the residents have mentioned, like example, parks and all that stuff that could have a lot of potential for growth. So I want to get a better understanding why we haven't focused more on that. And if we factored in that, with, as long as with the program that we have with REAP for tree planting in the boulevards, I'm not sure why we're getting more into Big Brother with regards to their backyards and everything else kind of thing. So that's where I'm leaning in, because I think because the one thing that I think when we're doing this, getting into there, I'm really concerned about how trees are being planted. Because every year I get about 3 or 4 emails from residents in the summertime about trees, you know, blocking their gardens, or trees, you know, gets crashing into their roof. So I'm just trying to figure out, if we're going to go around this way, then how are we trying to strike a balance?
Thank you, Councillor Annis, and through the chair. Just there was a lot of our focus currently in our urban forestry program is on public lands and public trees and public tree planting and public tree maintenance and everything. So we are doing a significant amount of work right now in managing our own tree canopy, and we have to continue to do that. A lot of our focus will be on that in the future. I think the conversation around private trees and private tree matters arises out of the percentage of tree canopy on public land versus private land. There's more private land, more canopy exists on private land, so the emphasis is drawn towards that. But we have an equal responsibility. So, you know, I can't say why it's come about the way you're interpreting it, but I think that's, you know, just to say that staff are focused on private lands and private trees is certainly our focus.
If I may add to that as well, Chair Chapman, the report that we brought forward recommends action in all areas. So it's not just reliant on private tree, but as Josh has indicated, with 50% of urban tree canopy being on private property, seeing an increase in our overall tree canopy relies on both private property and public property being contributors to it. But we certainly are recommending a balanced approach between work on private property through programs such as the REAP program, which Council has just supported through the budget, and other programs that might be implemented on private property, such as the review of the tree protection and tree conservation processes we have in place.
Okay, so I guess this so Councillor Johnson, did you move the whole recommendation with this amendment?
You know what? I think that's what I should have done, Councillor Ioannidis. So thank you. And I know that I do have a seconder for the amendment as well.
You don't need a seconder, but so where, with this amendment, where is this going to lead staff into going towards? Because it sounds like it's becoming more of a bylaw issue more than you know, preservation and everything else is on private properties and not on our own.
Go ahead, Councillor Johnston.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, what I'm looking to do is to just kind of strengthen the wording and give staff some more direction to really do a deeper dive into, and that's something that Mr. Gilbride had talked about tonight, is there's a lot of value in digging deeper into analysis. And I think that, as I had pointed out before, I mean, we look to communities like Toronto, Oakville, and Cambridge at what they're doing. I think giving staff kind of that opportunity to really take a look into what they're doing, have conversations with their staff, and figure out what works and what doesn't work, so that we can look at strengthening it. And maybe we have a Made in Kitchener solution that comes from this, that they've got some time to do this and to look at a policy that's better. It's not, and when I say that, maybe it's more creative in terms of what they're looking to do, but it's giving them that time to really look at how do we strengthen this, what works, what doesn't work, and let's use the learnings from other communities to come up with something.
Okay, I'm just rather concerned that you know, some of the questioning that I asked some of the delegates, that these types of rules are going to be implemented and going to be counterproductive towards the goals of creating more housing and all that. So that's where my focus is, and it's not so much that and my focus too is I don't want to see too much of you know, I just want to make sure we're going to go down this road, that we have a systematic approach with regards to, if we're going to do this, I want to see where trees are going to be planted in people's properties, because what needs to stop is trees being planted on property lines. And what I hear from all the infill, everyone doesn't want to see these trees, but these are the same trees that are impacting the other neighbors. So, I mean,
Did you have a question? Can we stick with questions right now?
So in other words, is this what your review is this review that you're kind of asking for? Is it going to be covering that, or is it going to be adding additional layers of
Well, what I want them to do is to take a look at what works and what doesn't work. We have a great staff here who I think have a really good understanding of the needs for intensification at the same time as the needs for protecting and growing our canopy. So I think what I'm asking them to do is to kind of just give them a stronger mandate to look at some creative ways of being able to do both. I don't think I haven't come up with solutions. I'm not boxing them in here. I'm giving them the opportunity to really kind of review and look at what works and what doesn't work, because we do know, and as we were talking about before, things where we can give community members a carrot as opposed to a stick, doing more education, and that I think does work well. So I don't think there's anything here that's saying that we're saying anything in particular. We're asking staff to have the opportunity to do a deeper dive and come up with, to me, another Made in Kitchener solution, and that's what I'm interested in seeing here.
Okay, and my last question is, have you talked to planning department with regards to what they do with their tree preservation plan?
I have talked to Mr. Lobley and his staff.
Okay, and the other question I have too, and I'm not sure whether or not you've had these notices, but staff are already doing a bylaw review and protecting properties that have the tree canopy. And I'm going through a ton of this already right now in my ward with many residents that are unhappy with the city interfering in their properties. So this to me seems coexisting with the exact same thing what you're asking, and we're already kind of doing it. So I don't know. Anyways, I'll let others comment.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Next we have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Just wondering, we're hearing we want to increase the percentage of the tree canopy. Just for a point of reference, like how many trees or what would be needed to increase the tree canopy by, say, 1%?
Through you, Chair Chapman. Thank you for the question, Councillor Davey. If you refer to page 9 of the background report, we actually detail out roughly what that would look like. And so 1% canopy growth equals about 1.3 million trees planted today, or over a 40-year timeline, about 18,000 trees over that 40-year time frame. So it depends the length of time. The longer the tree has to mature, the greater impact to canopy. But if we wanted to adjust the canopy from today to tomorrow by 1%, that would be 1.3 million trees.
So then, like realistically, if we planted that number of trees today, that it wouldn't show in the tree canopy for those like 30 or 40 years?
No. So what I'm saying is, if we wanted to change it immediately, it would be 1.3 million trees planted today, would change that, change the canopy next year. Over a 40-year timeline, in the order of 18 to 20,000 trees would be 1%. So if we want to change it by more than 1% over a 40-year timeline, you just multiply that 18,000 by the number of percent increase that you would like to see. And if we were relying purely on tree planting, that's what we would be needing to plant.
And I know, Mr. Notley, we're in the midst of just getting all the information from the places and spaces strategy, and there was a lot of input there. And I don't want to hold you to anything, but would you foresee us being able to plant more trees in our parks? I mean, there's open space there. There's maybe the opportunity to create some shade spaces, and that would be a pretty good way to increase the number of trees planted on our own property.
Absolutely. Through you, Chair Chapman, you will see through the budget process, it's just recently been approved. We're hoping, we will be undertaking tree planting in our parks and open spaces. That will be a key focus of both the short-term and the long-term strategy as we go forward, looking for the opportunities where they might be for us to increase the number of trees and the canopy contribution that parks and open spaces make. However, I'm going to caveat that by saying our parks and open spaces benefit from large amounts of open space. So we have baseball diamonds and soccer pitches and various other things which require open space, and open space areas are important parts within parks. So I think there's a balancing act between how much of our parks and open spaces do we plant, but is there room for improvement? 100%, there's lots of room for improvement.
That's great to hear. Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councillor Michaud.
Excuse me, thank you. This a question for Josh. In your presentation, Josh, could you put the slide up where the percentages in the wards per wards of the tree canopy? Did you have that handy, or?
Josh, do you know what number slide that is?
Sorry, I can maybe just do without it.
It's towards the end, 8 or 9.
I'll just start talking if it comes up. So I think if I recall, okay, good. Ward, yeah. So Ward 5. Oh, where are we here? Yeah, Ward 4. Obviously, it's the highest percentage. So one of the delegates made a comment about a ward having the highest percentage. What type of preservation will be done in the ward? And why is this ward the highest percentage? Is it because there's so much undeveloped land? Is that what you consider tree canopy?
Yeah, what we see in this Ward 4 Dune South area is what's contributing to that is a large amount of natural area space that we have there. So the forested tree canopy that exists naturally in those areas.
Is it protected natural space you're including this, or is it undeveloped land?
Well, it would include, the percentage would include both private and public lands.
Okay, so, okay, that's good. So, and I think there was a comment made that, if this word has the higher percentage, this is probably not the right term, right way to term it, but the most attention for tree canopy support, would it go to the lower percentage, and what would Ward 4 get? Would we just get nothing until everybody else gets caught up? Is that how this will work, or other than preservation?
Through the chair, it's a good, fair question. Part of what our approach would be, like, if you look at that word specifically and say, well, we have a lot of natural area canopy, we have to manage that natural area to stay healthy and have integrity and be able to provide that benefit. If we ignore those natural areas and let them die or disappear or decline, we're going to lose our tree canopy. So it's a multifaceted approach. So in wards where there are natural areas, we have to focus on natural area and its contribution to tree canopy. In wards where we have open space available and we can plant, we would plant. So I think you have to look at it in that respect, as opposed to saying, maybe I won't get anything because the ward there is a high canopy, but there's other ways to look at it to manage that canopy to keep it alive over the long term. So in Ward 4, there might not be street trees that are very mature, but in other wards with a high tree canopy, the street tree canopy is contributing to that. So we have to keep that alive over time. So it's really doing a little bit of everything in each ward to make sure that it continues to stay sustainable over the long term.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It does concern me because there is a lot of area out in the Dune South area in particular that doesn't have a lot of trees on the boulevards yet. Some do, and a lot of small park spaces that there aren't trees in. So, you know, I would hate to see, just because this ward is unique right now because of, well, yes, forest and undeveloped land, because that is included. I would hate to see it fall behind, you know, because I think that percentage could go down very quickly if it's not preserved and kind of added to like every other word. But great report. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. I wanted to sort of separate the private property portion from public property, but if I could as well. First question for staff. So we've all been, you know, heard some pretty disappointing stories about development and trees coming down. And while it's certainly difficult for the surrounding neighbors, is that causing a significant impact on the tree canopy, especially these lots, I guess, that would be under an acre? Do we know that?
So through you, Chair Chapman, thank you for the question, Councillor Davey. So that's a bit of a difficult answer. I'm actually going to refer back to Patrick Gilbride's answer, is that it's difficult to say because trees need a long time before they respond to changes. So what we do know is that over the last 5 years, well, between 2014 and 2019, which arguably was a period of some significant development activity, almost certainly not as much as we'll see over the next 5 years for sure, our tree canopy managed to grow a period of time. And so one could argue that it's clear that the EAB and development over that time period did not have an overall adverse effect on canopy cover over that period. What we do know is that that's a bit of a quick conclusion to draw from just 2 data points. And so that's one of the reasons why through the budget, Council supported the repeated revisitation of that 5-year canopy analysis so that we're able to look at that over a much longer period of time. But certainly the indications are at this point that the way in which we are managing our forest canopy in the City of Kitchener is not having an adverse impact on that canopy cover.
Thank you. Can you remind me, do you know offhand, Mr. Lobley, how many trees were removed as a result of the Emerald Ash Borer over that period?
Yeah, so I think if my memory serves me correctly, and it is a while since I looked at the figure, it was in the order of about 6,000 trees, I think we've removed in total through the EAB program, of a total street tree inventory of around about 60,000 trees.
So given the data that you have, and I know you have limited data points, if we did nothing, is there any reason to believe that our tree canopy wouldn't continue to grow?
So that's a fantastic question. So if we did nothing, as in we planted no further trees or anything else like that, I am fairly confident over the short term, continue to see some canopy gains. We have a fairly good stock of mature trees, which will continue to contribute. And we've been planting fairly robustly over the last 15 or 20 years. And those trees will continue to add character and canopy to the mix. So I think that over the short term, our canopy, and this is me speaking on an opinion basis, over the short term, I think our canopy would continue to thrive. However, I think if we were to do nothing now, we would be setting ourselves up for some canopy challenges in the 5 to 10 year window, where intensification, infill, development, and the potential for climate change, disease impacts, and other things to impact on our forest, and the aging of those trees which are mature and the loss of those trees at the end of their lifespan would start to have an impact. And so really what I think we're looking for is a balanced approach to looking at the city as a whole and how we could invest in the canopy sensibly now to maintain and grow it over time.
Okay, thank you for that. So shifting gears for 1 second then too, I'm just curious I don't pretend, and thank you, Councillor Johnson, for forwarding the motion earlier, but I'm still not quite clear if the amendment as proposed would look at the sort of permitting program on private property, if that's included in that or not, because that's a bit of a sticking point for me. So is that something that the motion wants staff to look at?
Yeah, well, that's why I left it very open, so that it's giving staff the magnitude to be able to look at a variety of different things and to really do a deeper dive into creative ways of looking at maintaining and growing the tree canopy. I think that, I mean, to me, the numbers that were most stark is that when we look at the three communities that we always hear about of them having great programs in place, we're at the same level as they are right now. So I want to hear I want our staff to be able to look at all kinds of municipalities, see what they're doing, what works and what doesn't work. We don't have to emulate anything. Our staff is creative and good at coming up with different ideas and things which they'll bring back to council. None of this is going to go through without them bringing it back to council for us to have a look at. So to me, what I'm asking them to do is to kind of really give them that time to do a deep dive into what the possibilities are and look at a number of different ways of going about improving this.
Thank you. And the last question, if I could, I'm also trying to differentiate the targets, I guess, between, because the targets do seem like they're a little bit, I'm not trying to be judgmental on this, but a little bit picked out of the air in terms of what we want to achieve, what we can achieve. Is there any sort of guideline from any environmental body that says cities should have X amount of coverage to offset climate change, or is it more just the local environmental benefits, the stormwater, the cooling, that sort of thing? Is that the reason for the target?
So through you, Chair Chapman, and thank you again for the question, Councillor Davey. No, there isn't a sort of a rule book that you can go to that suggests how much is the right amount of trees to have in an area. It's a changing picture. Generally speaking, a number which is often quoted has been 40%. But 40%, when you dig into the origins of that number, 40% was a number that was given around habitat connectivity for the benefits of wildlife. And so it wasn't specific to trees, it was about habitat wildlife connectivity. Actually, if you dig even further into that, they actually excluded urban municipalities from being part of that number and looked at urban municipalities on a more regional basis. So what would their contributions be in their countryside areas as well as the more built up areas? And so the 40% number was often held true, but has been largely walked back over a number of years. And now there isn't really a number. So I think the best way to describe it is as many trees as you can have is probably the right number of trees. And so there is no rule book that says how many trees would be enough trees. There are some social scientists now that are talking about measuring the quality of urban forest canopy on the number of trees people can see from their living room window. So having 3 trees within sight, 3 mature trees within sight of a house or a building or where you live, being a social metric of value of urban forestry and a good way of measuring it from a societal perspective. But no, there's no hard and fast number for how many trees is enough.
Okay, thank you. And just before I finish, just as note to the chair, I'm considering an amendment because I really don't think, so right now the problem is anything an acre that's an acre in size, underneath that someone can go clear cut. The delegation was correct, and I don't think any of us likes that. By the same token, I don't want to be going to every single semi-detached property and making them come to do a permit because they want to put a pool in their backyard. So I'm considering an amendment, sort of limiting staff scope to properties that, and I'm picking a number of the area here now as well, but properties that are larger than a half an acre in size as opposed to an acre, because I think that would capture something. I'm guessing we're probably 96+% of the properties in the city of Kitchener. So not putting that forward just yet. There's a lot of people in the queue I'm going to ponder before I decide. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the heads up. I just have a question to the clerk. I realize it's almost 8 o'clock now, and you were supposed to have the public meeting starting at 7. What direction can you give me? Should we carry on with this discussion or?
Through the chair, with the discussion running long, you have a couple of options. If members of council are able to keep the questions succinct and you're able to finalize the conversation now, you're more than welcome to do that. If you believe the questions will continue on, you could pause this item for the time being and move on to the public planning matters so that the delegates have the opportunity to complete their items and come back to this if you wish.
Okay, so I think what I'll do is we'll finish off the questions and then we'll move into the public meeting and we'll do the comments and the rest of it after. So if those that are still in queue, next we have Councillor Marsh, if you can keep your questions succinct, please.
Well, I guess it pays to queue in first because then you get more time. First of all, I want to compliment the chair on your first time chairing a committee of council, and with such a it is such a major topic. It's if you're nervous, it's not, you can't tell. I remember the first time I chaired, I butchered someone's name who I had been saying properly for 2 years, and so just because of the butterflies and the it'll go away if that were the case. So questions of staff, Mr. Lobley, I want to know if you would be able to identify some good metrics that we might be able to check in on shorter time periods, like not just every 5 years, but shorter. So if we looked at how many trees, for example, every 2 years, or how many trees were able to be prolonged in their lifespan because of the pruning we did, things like that, would that be useful in our tree canopy targets?
So through you, Chair Chapman, thank you for the question, Councillor Marsh. We can certainly have a look. It's not something that we have considered, but we can certainly have a look at what a more responsive sort of reporting process might be on activities. The challenge is trees grow on their own timeline, and they grow over a very long period of time. And so a tree planted today, there's really not a great deal, for example, that we can report on about that tree in a 5-year period. But there are certainly things that we could provide back to council on a more routine basis on activities that we're undertaking in response to implementing the tree canopy.
Thank you. So recently, the federal government announced a more, I think that they announced more details about a plan that they had announced previously about 2 billion trees that they hope to plant in Canada within the next 8 years. Can you tell me if there was an opportunity for municipalities to apply for funding to be able to really tap into some of those trees, would that be something that would help the city to plant more trees sooner?
Absolutely. So you'll be pleased to know, Councillor Marsh, that we did apply as a request for information. We submitted very early to the federal government under the Billion Trees programme. They have just announced the first round of grants that are underneath that programme. Unfortunately, most of them will not appeal to municipal tree planting programmes. They're geared towards reforesting large open spaces, like multiple hectares of land, planting tens of thousands of trees on those pieces of property, and committing to planting hundreds of thousands of trees a year. And so the early rounds of that grant program are very much focused on programs which are not typically done within municipalities.
Okay.
And myself are working through where there might be some opportunity for some partnership through that program. The other thing is that Reap Green Solutions are actually looking at a collective application across the region, as they are working with a number of municipalities now in the area, and ways in which we might be able to leverage that funding through the investments we're making in the private tree stewardship and management programs.
Okay, and I want to I have a couple more questions, Madam Chair. So I want to parse out the difference between what was proposed by staff and what is being proposed by Councillor Johnston. And can you sum that up, Mr. Lobley?
Through you, Chair Chapman, to Councillor Marsh, I won't pretend to speak on behalf of Councillor.
But sorry, what I mean to say is, from your perspective, because I of course I don't want to put words in her mouth whatsoever. I'm just saying, do you see a major difference in the direction that is being proposed to give to staff between the amendment and your original motion recommendation?
Okay, thank you for the clarity on the question. No is the short answer. I think that staff had intended to do everything which has been detailed within the amendment, the body of work that we had put forward in the recommendation. And so there is no material change to what would be being done. I think to Councillor Johnston's, in respect to Councillor Johnston's amendment, it certainly specifies more clearly the scope of work that we would be perhaps looking at, and provides that emphasis that the end point would be to seek greater protection, and not specifying whether that be public or private trees, but greater protection would be the end point. And that's more clearly articulated in the amendment than it was in the staff recommendation. But in terms of the body of work that staff would plan to do, and the process of bringing it up to council for discussion and looking at, the size of property that we might look at in terms of a tree conservation bylaw and the number of trees, it is very similar.
Great. And so Councillor Davey was mentioning that he might want to bring forward a further amendment, and I appreciate where he's coming from. I'm just trying to understand, are we too soon to direct you and box you into a certain geographical area at this point? Or wouldn't we, for example, want to consider conserving or requiring a permit for taking down a huge tree that might be on a very small lot? Versus, we might want to wouldn't we want to keep it open-ended to look at best practices in other communities rather than box you into only looking at the scope of a certain lot size?
So thank you for the question. I believe that staff intend to look at a Make It Kitchener strategy. This is a Make It Kitchener tree canopy target that we're putting forward, but obviously we want to be aware of the success and the challenges that other municipalities and jurisdictions have faced. But yes, we would be looking at a full range of spectrums from tree size and lot size and all of those sorts of pressures as to how we might want to deal with tree protection on a go-forward basis.
Okay.
Worth indicating that the reason that the above an acre property was taken into account was to protect forested lands back in 10 years ago, was to protect forested lands under threat of subdivision. We're in a very different position now. And so looking at what we can protect and how we might be able to protect that is something that we'd be taking a very robust look at with with planning colleagues and across the city to try and work out how and where protection measures, if they're needed to be increased, should be increased, and where the best return on investment would be for tree canopy. So we're not presupposing any outcome of that review in terms of tree size or lot size or anything else like that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Chair Chapman. And similar to Councillor Marsh's comments, you are absolutely doing a great job in your first time chairing. You are definitely outshining the previous chair. So, Mr. Lobley, you did answer some of my questions that I had beforehand through Councillor Marsh's. My worry was that we're moving way too quickly in presupposing exactly what we need to do in broadening our tree canopy. So, are you, when you say protection on on public property, how would that protection entail? Just clarity, like in what step would we approach towards that?
So protection on, thank you for the question, Councillor Singh, and to you, Chair Chapman. We have some degree of protection on trees on public property already. They're covered under a couple of different bylaws, different places, property standards and the park bylaw, for example. But we would want to look robustly at what protection looks like on public property. So for example, somebody wanted to put a new driveway in and wanted to remove a tree that's on the boulevard. What would our process be around doing that? And again, it's around that whole idea of how is permission given or not given and what the costs associated to that are. And so we would be not limiting the scope of a tree conservation review to simply private property, but we would be extending that scope.
No, that does help, because when we hear protection on public property, you presuppose it's owned by city land or institutional partners. Most likely they wouldn't be clear cutting trees without notice anyways, and they would make extra care in protecting the tree canopy and the trees that are definitely mature. But you're saying specific to widening of driveways or trees that are joining private property where there's a request for removal of that tree on public land. Okay, all right, that's clear. The other question is about, and this is a word that's been repeated quite extensively tonight, regarding the deep dive. And the reason why I'm picking on that word more so focus is, it was my understanding that we have done a considerable deep dive. This was not just the work of, the last couple of months of compiling a report and bringing forward suggestions or outlining a plan but there was detailed work in leading up to the strategy, as well as the public consultation. And already staff, as you said, are planning a continued deep dive into this. Is that correct? Or was there any short-sighted to where we are right now? There was no short-sighted approach, I'm assuming.
So through you, Chair Chapman, to Councillor Singh's point, I would say this is one of the most robust and well-thought pieces of work. The report that is before you this evening is based on a total of almost 9 years' work. And so I think this is an extraordinarily robust report that's before you today.
So with the recommendations that are in the report and the strategy that's outlined in the report, does specifically put us in a good step forward in ensuring that we're moving forward to protect our tree canopy at the same time, addressing our targets and broadening the tree canopy as well. Now, with what Councillor Marsh is adding with her motion regarding specific direction, right, more towards protection on private land as well. What was there a specific approach that staff were already considering on protective tree canopy on private land, or is that something that would require considerable work as well?
Point of order. I just want to understand where Councillor Singh is coming from, because I don't have any amendment on the table and I haven't talked about private property protections. So I'm not sure where that's coming from.
I'm so sorry, Councillor Marsh. I meant to say Councillor Johnston, just because you spoke previously. It wasn't you.
Okay.
Councillor
But
Johnston.
also, just to clarify, there's no mention of private property anywhere in that, from what I can see.
Well, I think Councillor Johnston can jump in. From what I got, the gist of the motion or the direction was its clear direction to have staff look at varied options, which would entail on private protection or protection of private property as well as public property, especially in her direction in looking at other municipalities that have looked at similar approaches as well. That's how I saw it, and that's why I was looking to see if staff saw it the same way. Would I be allowed to have that answer, Councillor Marsh?
Councillor Johnston, do you want to respond to?
Yeah, actually, it was very open-ended for staff. There's no specific wording in there at all, Councillor Singh. It was for them to be able to do that holistic review.
Okay, so as we approach with the holistic review, Mr. Lobley, what steps do you envision that could possibly be added through our bylaws that may put restrictions on a removal of trees on private land, so protective of tree canopy on private lands?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Singh.
What are some of the options that could be on the table?
So the caution of repeating myself, staff are not presupposing the outcome of that review. We will be looking at the tree management practices the city has. We'll be looking at the standards within the development manual. We'll be looking at the tree conservation bylaw, the park standards bylaw, and a number of other instruments that we have for tree protection. We'll be looking at what any increase or enhancement in protection might be, whether that be tree size or lot size, and the value that could create for tree canopy and the costs of doing that work against the costs of other areas of the strategy. So one of the reasons why I want to take the period of 11 months is because we really do not know if or where any additional changes are required to the policies that we have in place and the bylaws that we have in place. And we will be bringing that back to council for conversation and discussion when we've completed it.
That's good. And I think that's a sound direction. My last question to you, Madam Chair, is more towards, is this a good opportunity for council to give direction staff that we would want to see a greater emphasis on planting of trees on public property or city lands, especially our parks, to get a better benefit for shade, as well as obviously the environmental benefits as well. And that way we can approach the 2023 budget accordingly as well. Is now the time, or can that be addressed at a later part, but well in advance of the conclusion of the of the final strategy report.
Through you, Chair Chapman, Councillor Singh. Thank you for the question. I believe that it would be, I mean, we've certainly heard that now from you. Please feel free to reiterate those comments as we come through council. But staff are definitely looking at a balanced approach, and tree planting has to be a part of the overall approach to implementing a tree canopy report. And tree planting sooner rather than later has to be part of that, because as we noted, it takes 50 years for those trees to contribute to canopy. So really the trees we plant next year are the first trees that make meaningful impacts on that canopy target in 50 years time. So we've heard it loud and clear. We've heard it through our report, and the engagement is that tree planting and tree maintenance are some of the most important things that we can be doing. And so we definitely have got that very high up the radar. I don't think it needs to be reinforced any further. And certainly there will be ample opportunity for council to indicate their preferences on various different things as we come forward to budget, where we will be costing out some of these programs for your consideration in the next budget cycle.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next, I've got Councillor Johnston. Did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chapman. Yeah, I'm wondering if Ms. Steiner would be able to give us a bit of an overview and a very short, like a quick synopsis of where we've come from, and Mr. Lobley kind of touched on this as well, from where we had been in 2008 and why we're moving in this direction. Gave such a great synopsis of that the other day, Ms. Steiner, and I think it's important for everyone to hear that, if you don't mind.
Sure. I think what you're referring to, Councillor Johnson, is my comment on exactly where the 2008, which is our current tree conservation bylaw, came from, what its genesis was. And Niall did refer to the reasons for that. He referred to subdivisions. What I would say is that what was happening around 2008 is we were losing in greenfield areas, smaller wetlands, satellite wetlands, and parts of regionally significant woodlands to some agricultural practices, which were very much targeted or being done to remove constraints prior to development applications being made. That was why we targeted the 1 acre size, because these properties were large agricultural properties that were planned for subdivision. That was the excuse me, that was the problem we were trying to solve at that time. I would suggest that now with intensification and densification, our challenges are in a different part of the city. And those are the kinds of things that we would be considering, as Niall has said, in terms of, should we be restricting the size of trees that we consider in any regulation, in any bylaw? Should we be reconsidering the size of lots that are subject to any bylaw or not? I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that's really what I was talking about in terms of why that bylaw, the current one, exists in the form that it does right now.
Yes, thank you. I think that historical perspective is really important. And then now we need to look at what the current climate is, and move forward from there. So thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you, Councillor Johnson. Finally, we have Councillor Ioannidis, if you want to ask a question.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess my question is for staff again, and Niall, you've done a lot of work on this, and you've eased my mind a lot with regards to the whole process and everything. But I just want to be a little more clear with regards to the issues that I'm dealing with in my ward with regards to the natural heritage conservation, with regards to trees on private properties that are backing onto woodlots and everything, sort of similar to what maybe the one delegate Lillian Bass was talking about, and whether or not are we coordinating at all with our planning staff in that argument? Because I'm really getting a lot of pushback from residents, and I know it's not 100% the same, but I'm just want to just make sure that there's some clarification.
Through you, Chapman, and thank you, Councillor Ioannidis, for the question. Yes, this is very much a cross-departmental project. We're working in lockstep with our planning colleagues. We're working in lockstep with planning colleagues in legal and in our bylaw team on these reviews. We'll also be working very closely with regional municipalities, so particularly Cambridge and Waterloo and the townships, to make sure that we are working together and aware of what each other are doing. So very much this is not a piece of work being done in isolation. The report that's before you today is brought from both departments jointly. We continue to look forward to those collaborations continuing as we go through the review process.
Okay. And my next question is, knowing that I saw that there was a lot of equity in there, and based on that question, I knowing that Ward 7 and Ward 6 and then Ward 5 has the least amount of tree canopy, and my guess is Ward 5 is because it's still not fully developed and there's still a lot more to go, but or maybe I'm wrong. Am I right to assume that we're going to start seeing some significant tree canopy preservation and growth in our wards that we represent in the next few years?
So through you, Chair Chapman, I think the equity approach that we're trying to take here is balancing the needs of community and addressing those needs in the community. So that will be focusing on tree planting in some, focusing on tree maintenance in others. So you specifically mentioned Ward 5. Ward 5 has probably had more trees planted in it recently than any other ward because of the sheer amount of development, but they're all very small. And all those trees will take an immense amount of care and maintenance to allow them to grow and add to that canopy. And so, you know, it could be tree planted, but it's not necessarily as easy as saying with the lowest current canopy are the ones that are going to see lots of tree planting. So we will be applying tools towards aiming at the objective of a tree canopy target across all wards in the city. We're just looking to apply the right tools in the right wards to address the needs that are in those wards, rather than looking to provide a blanket approach to the entire city, which won't necessarily meet a citywide equity target.
Okay, and so am I correct to say, sorry, this is for Chair Chapman, that we're going to be questions, comments are going to come after?
Yeah, there is one more. Councillor Gazzola, I see, has his hand up, so we'll do the that question and move into the public meeting.
Okay. I'm done for now.
Go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here, and I want to see if I can get some clarification. Mr. Lovely, you talk about your report being a robust report, 9 years in the making, and then Councillor Marsh asked you, well, what's the difference between what you're bringing forward and what Councillor Margaret Johnson's bringing forward? And you're saying, well, you're really covering everything that she has in her amendment. Did I understand that correctly?
Through you, Chair Chapman, indeed, staff's intention was broadly aligned with the amendment that Councillor Johnston has furthered. Councillor Johnston has brought forward a more specific list of actions and activities underneath the amendment than staff had captured it within the amendment in the report. But the work behind the scenes is broadly going to be similar.
Thank you. Then I guess I should ask Councillor Johnston, do we need to have your amendment? Is there a reason to have your amendment if staff are saying that that's already included in their report? I don't want to take anything away from the hard work you've done, but I'm just trying to understand where we're going.
Yeah, well, it comes from just, I think, being more specific about the different areas that I wanted them to look into, and really doing that. Again, that to me, probably one of the most important things is doing that deeper dive into what other municipalities have done, what works and what doesn't work. council is free to support the amendment or not. And I think that even the fact that it's being spelled out, I think also gives staff that direction anyways, as they continue to move forward, because they're not coming back until later this year with their final report anyhow.
Okay, thank you. Just one final question of Mr. Lobley. Taking into account Councillor Johnston's amendment, do you see it as making additional work for city staff, or are you able to manage that within your current plans?
So through you, Chair Chapman, thank you for the question, Councillor Gazzola. Staff have, it's ambitious for sure, but the timeline that we've tabled out would allow us to address Councillor Johnston's proposed amendment within the same timeline that staff had articulated in the original, in the original recommendation.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to propose that we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go directly into the public meeting. So we'll reconvene at 8:27. If you've come back to the meeting, please turn your cameras on. Okay, I think we should get started. And first I want to apologize to the viewers and to staff and to the delegations for such a late start. But let's hope we can get through this without any glitches. So this is a formal public meeting to consider applications under the Planning Act. If a person or public body does not make oral or written submissions to the City of Kitchener before the proposed applications are considered, the person or public body may not be entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to a hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal. So the first item we have is regarding a zoning bylaw amendment for 1940 Fisher-Hallman Road, blocks 183 to 191. And I'll first call on Craig Dumart, the senior planner, who will provide a 5-minute PowerPoint presentation on this topic. Thank you.
And thank you. Good evening, members of the committee. Before you is a zoning bylaw amendment application for the subject lands located at 1940 Fisher-Hallman Road, specifically blocks 183 to 191 in draft plan subdivision 30T 07205. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located in the Wollaston subdivision within stage 5 of draft plan subdivision 30T 07205. The lands are currently vacant, as are the surrounding lands within stage 5 of the subdivision. The owner of the subject lands has made an application to the City of Kitchener for a zoning bylaw amendment proposing to change the zoning of the subject lands to allow buildings to have a building height, allow street townhouse dwellings to have a building height of 135% of the maximum permitted building height rather than the permitted 110%. Next slide, please. Blocks 183 to 191 within draft plan of subdivision 3207-205 have a significant grade change from one end of the street townhouse blocks to another. So to permit the development of 2-story street townhouse blocks, the site-specific provision has been requested. The requested special regulatory provision is to permit street townhouse dwellings to be 135% of the maximum permitted building height, which will allow for 2-story street townhouse dwelling blocks that are compatible for the planned community as illustrated on the concept on your screen. Additionally, the site-specific provision will permit walkout street townhouse units where the grade is significantly lower at the rear versus the front. Next slide, please. So the requested site-specific provision, it represents an opportunity. The proposed site-specific provision allows for 135% building height, which will permit a modern built form that can accommodate the significant grade change that are presently there today. It will permit townhouses that align with the rest of the planned community and will allow for enhanced urban design with street townhouses with articulate roof lines. Next slide, please. Staff are supportive of the zoning bylaw amendment. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment provides for a development that is compatible and appropriate for the planned community. It is consistent with policies of the provincial policy statement, conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and regional official plan and the City of Kitchener official plan, and represents good planning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We have one delegation, and it's Mr. Chris Pigeon from GSP. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Madam Clerk, is Mr. Pigeon in attendance?
I'm just trying to get him to move over. Chris, are you able to at minimum unmute yourself? I'm not sure if he's having technical difficulties. He is logged into the meeting. I am just asking him to unmute. Did you want to proceed with questions if any members of, oh, there we go. Hi, Chris, are you able to unmute now?
I think so.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Pigeon. You've got 5 minutes to present your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be mercifully short. I'm really just here to answer any questions of council.
Councillor Chapman, you're on mute.
Councillor Chapman, you're muted.
Sorry. There appear to be no questions. So thank you very much for coming in. And again, I apologize for the late start.
Oh, no problem at all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Have a good evening.
As well. Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff? No questions for staff? Okay. Can we have a mover on this item? Councillor Galway-Sealock. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Next, the next item, sorry, just changing screens here. Hang on, I'm lost. Okay. The next item is regarding a zoning bylaw amendment for 1673 Huron Road. And I see we have several delegations, but I'll first call on Eric Schneider, the senior planner, who will provide a 5-minute PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Eric Schneider, and I'm a senior planner at the city. I'm here tonight to make a recommendation for approval of a zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate a 261-unit multi-residential development. As we move to the next slide, I will discuss the site context. The subject property is located close to the intersection of Fisher-Holman Road and Huron Road. The property is considered a through lot as it has frontage on West Oak Trail on the north side and Huron Road on the south side. The site is approximately 2 hectares in the area. The eastern property line abuts an existing shopping plaza anchored by Tepperman's Furniture Store. The western property line abuts Ferguson Green, a city-owned park space, and existing residential properties, including a designated heritage home. To the north, across West Oak Trail, is a 92-unit multiple dwelling site. And finally, to the south, across Huron Road, is RBJ Schlegel Park. On the next slide, I will discuss the proposed concept. The site is proposed to be developed with 3 buildings that are 5 stories in height. Between the 3 buildings, a total of 261 residential units are proposed. 322 parking spaces are proposed, including 53 visitor parking spaces and 125 underground parking spaces. 2 of the buildings are linked through a 1-story connection that will serve as the amenity rooms for the development. Taking a look at the concept rendering, you can see that the buildings have been oriented as far away from the abutting existing residential properties in the foreground in order to provide ample buffer space. As we move to the next slide, I will speak briefly about the current opportunities before us. First, the opportunity to add 261 units to this area. The current zoning permits this type of housing and density. The reason for the zoning bylaw amendment is a 1-story increase in height, and I'll speak to that in more detail during the next segment. Secondly, the opportunity to provide adequate screening and transitioning to the existing lands to the west. I mentioned in the previous slide the substantial buffer provided, but in addition, based on resident concerns, the applicant has agreed to provide a 2.44 meter, 8-foot high visual barrier rather than the minimum of 1.8 meters and 6 feet. And lastly, the opportunity to move towards the goals of the secondary plan. The Rosenberg secondary plan is intended to be a complete community, which relies on density and mixing of housing types to achieve these goals. Moving now to the next slide, I will summarize the details of the zoning bylaw amendment request. The applicant has requested a building height of 17 meters rather than the current maximum of 13.5 meters. This equates to 5 stories rather than 4 stories. The applicant has also requested a slight increase in the maximum front yard setback from the 7.5 meter maximum. This means that the building would be slightly further from the property line on West Oak Trail. Next, the removal of holding provision 70H. This is to acknowledge the region's acceptance of the noise study that was submitted as part of this application. Fence height. Through neighborhood comments received, the city is requesting to increase the minimum height of the visual barrier from 1.8 meters to 2.44 meters to provide enhanced screening and to match a current section of 2.44 meter fence that exists on a portion of the property line now. Indoor bicycle, secured bicycle parking, and future electric vehicle parking minimums to acknowledge the requirements in the new zoning bylaw. And finally, to zone the lands that the city will be receiving as part of this development as public park zone. In summary, the proposed application represents good planning principles and is consistent with provincial, regional, and the city's planning policies. The next slide contains the proposed zoning map. Areas 3 and 4 in the bottom left-hand corner of the shaded area would be the parklands that the city would receive through this development and would be added to Ferguson Green. That concludes my presentation. I will be happy to answer questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we have 2 delegations. First is Valerie Schmidt from GSP Group. Hi, Valerie, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Chapman and members of committee. My name is Valerie Schmidt. I am from GSP Group, and I'm the planning consultant working and processing the zone change application for 1673 Huron Road. As you're aware, the zone change application that we're requesting will facilitate the development of 261 rental units within 3 separate buildings on the subject property. We feel that the draft bylaw that is being proposed addresses both the comments heard through the neighborhood meeting, as well as through comments received during the circulation period. In particular, some residents had concerns regarding privacy, so provision has been added to the bylaw to permit a visual barrier up to 8 feet on the property. We've read the staff report being presented tonight, and we've reviewed the bylaw that's being proposed, and we're in support of staff's recommendation. Again, we're just here to answer any questions on the proposed application. Either myself or the owner are available to answer these questions. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions? If not, I have a question I'd like to ask. I noticed that I read the submissions by residents, and one of the biggest concerns was the height of the buildings. And I noticed in the conceptual image of what's being proposed, there's a lot of surface parking. And I was just wondering if there's any consideration for maybe not having so much surface parking and lowering the height to four stories and maybe putting more underground, or is there a way to rejig the configuration to meet that that concern of height?
It's interesting, if you ever been to the site, it kind of looks like a crater in the middle. But I think the ultimate grades of the property are going to come down this way. And so any kind of impacts, if you're concerned about, like any parking, light spillage, and maybe even the ultimate height might actually feel less after the building's built on the grades of how the land's going to be it's kind of going to go down a bit. So I actually think with that, some of the impacts are going to be reduced. And in terms of the height and shadowing, we've kind of done a shadow study, and there will be no impacts to those properties. There is a great separation between the building and the residential properties. I believe it's over 40 meters separation. So it shouldn't have any kind of over, feeling that you're being looked on, or, invasion of privacy with that regard.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple more questions, but I'll pass it off to you, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious about the frontage facing Teppermans. Are there balconies right there, or is the design excluding balconies along that side?
Each unit will have their own private patio area or balcony or private amenity space.
Mm-hmm. So how close? So to me, I really think you've done a great job of going as far away as possible from the other low-rise residential areas. But I'm just curious about how close you are to now the Teppermans building, and wondering about the quality, of experience for people looking out their balcony right at Teppermans. Can you tell me a bit about if that has come up at all?
Aesthetically, sure, it's probably nice to look in other views, but in terms of actual impacts, there was a noise study that was required by the region. And, with certain noise mitigation measures, will comply with the regulated noise limits, and any, there won't be any impacts in terms of noise. In terms of aesthetics, I'm not quite sure if there's, we can fix their view, but we strategically placed it that way just to protect the residential areas.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thanks. I just was curious about that. And then the other question I had was about the electric vehicle parking. Is there an intent to put some charging stations in the parking garage?
I don't know offhand if they're actually in the parking garage as well. I would have to look at the site plan that we've prepared to confirm that. I don't know if Eric knows that offhand. Any.
So are they on the surface lot instead? Is that what you're?
I believe, I can't confirm that right off the top of my head right now.
Through the chair, sorry, we did have discussions with the owner, Train Construction, about electric vehicle parking spaces and future electric vehicle parking spaces. So right now the lands are under zoning bylaw 85-1, which doesn't require any sort of electric vehicle parking. The new zoning bylaw for residential only requires future electric vehicles. So there's no regulations in either of our zoning bylaw right now that require full electric vehicle parking charging stations for residential. But when we spoke to Train, who is not only a builder, but they operate and hold these as rentals, they told us that they absolutely install these chargers in these future spaces based on demand, based on what they're seeing from their rental market and what the demands are. So while we're getting 17.5% of the parking spaces, which will be both surface and underground as future electric vehicle spaces, they will be fitted with the conduits so that full charging units can be added to those spaces at a later date.
Yeah, I read the report. I do understand that. I guess I was just asking if any will be already installed right away, even though they don't have to be.
Yeah, so perhaps train construction, I believe, is the next delegation. They may be able to answer that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannidis, did you have a question?
I'm going to wait for the next delegation because I wanted to ask them the question.
Okay, so then maybe I'll finish with my questions. Can you tell us the size of the units?
That might be another good question for Train as well. They'll have all those detailed floor plans and unit types and probably the mix of what are bachelors and what are going to be 1 and 2 bedroom units as well.
Okay, then maybe this one is for you. If not, I'll hold off as well. In the region's report, they mentioned geothermal, that this would be a ideal location to have geothermal energy. Is this being considered?
Again, I think I might defer that to Train as well, just to see. I don't want to speak on their behalf if they figured out the final details of the actual construction of the building, but.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. And thanks for your patience.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next, we'll have the second delegation, Jason Babchuk and Chad Davison from Train Construction and Development. If you're here, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, thank you, Chair and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I don't have a prepared presentation. However, I have been jotting down a few of the questions that I can indeed hopefully provide further clarification on. So I can launch into that now or can take further questions and address them as they come.
You're welcome to go ahead and answer what's already been thrown out there.
Sure. I'll start kind of in order they're given. Councillor Chapman, you had a question regarding height and parking. Indeed, there was an early iteration of the site plan that was looked at that included 4-story buildings and some form of, there would be a little more underground parking in that case. However, it involved the 4th building being located much closer to the fence line with the neighboring properties. So in actual effect, the visual height of that building would have been, from a perspective view, much taller than the taller buildings that are further away. So that hopefully that clarifies it, but to clarify as well within the drawings there, I'm not sure how clearly it was shown, but there is underground parking under all buildings. So the surface parking you see is in surplus to that. There was a question regarding the setback from Teppermans. That side of the property, so the east boundary line there, the building is actually set 52 feet away from that property line, which is significantly further than the required setback. And that was done purposefully for the reason you've identified. It allows us to plant, to your earlier topic, plant more trees in that area and invest in some taller trees that start off with some size and don't just start off as 8-foot buggy whips. They start with some mass to them. And we're incentivized to do that because, of course, as was mentioned earlier by the planner, Mr. Schneider, we operate these buildings as well. So we certainly want the experience for our future residents to be positive. There was a question regarding EV parking. And so our electric vehicle parking and stalls. While we do rough in for a significant percentage of the area, we will be providing, I believe it's between 3 and 4 charging stations per building as well near the elevator core in the parkades. So to to this point. We operate hundreds of units here in the west as well as in Brantford. And to this point, we haven't seen an overflowing demand for charging stations, but we have been proactively putting in the infrastructure to allow for future installation, knowing that 2030 targets and those things coming our way are going to demand it, and we will start to hear more often from our residents. And then the last one I jotted down here was unit size. So we have a wide mix here. We have studios, we have 1-bedroom units, we have 1-bedroom plus den units, and then 2-bedroom units. And they range. Our studios are actually quite large for studios. They're over 400 square feet. And then the 2-bedroom units range up to 900 square feet, around that anyway. So I believe that covers the questions that have been asked to this point, but I'm here as a resource and happy to answer any further questions that might come up.
Councillor Ioannidis, did you have a? Nidus, sorry.
Well, I just wanted to get a better understanding of who Tran is, and I've just gone through their website, and looks like they've done quite a few great projects out there. So looks impressive. That's all.
Okay. So I had a couple more questions. Are these rentals or condos? Because I heard rentals mentioned.
Yeah, we are a purpose-built rental developer, builder, and operator.
Okay, sorry, I probably missed that detail in the report. Also, I was asking about geothermal. Is that something you've considered given the report from the region?
You know, we're just in those early stages of working with our mechanical engineers on eventual systems for conditioning, heating, and that sort of thing. Certainly, if there's an energy efficient, being an operator interested in long-term cost benefit analysis, if there's some benefits to, and this site is a good candidate for that type of a system, we'll certainly explore it. Although at this stage, it's hard to give you a real concrete answer on that.
Because that would be wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Highly encourage you to consider that seriously. Okay, Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. Just came to me afterwards. Chad, again, I'm supportive of the application, and I understand the unit complement that you've already mentioned. And of course, as a developer, you set forward on the pro forma of what's going to work for your development, and I respect that. But at the same time, as a community that's growing and tries to rely on densification, intensification, that just can't happen alone through 1-bedrooms, studio space, and even 2 bedrooms. You would want to be able to have families that have greater need, 3 bedrooms at least, where they have no available means of being able to afford a home or buy a home anytime soon. So can you give, and as much details as you can provide, what type of pro forma does it limit a developer to start building the 3 units as well, or ensuring that is a good complement of the developed units? And how can council policies or city planning policies help address this and help support developers in creation of these type of units? Thank you very much. That's my last question.
It's a great question, and a topic of conversation here as well. We do have developments where we've included 3-bedroom units, and there's a fair amount of planning that goes into the decisions behind unit mix when we go into a new area. What we do find is in neighborhoods that have an existing stock of townhomes, that they're traditionally 3-bedroom varieties in those areas, and they tend to be in the private rental pool already. So what that does is put some pressures on us as more of an apartment or condo style rental developer, because obviously for a family, having a little bit of fenced in yard and those sorts of things that come with renting a townhome really is seen as far superior to our build type or our configuration in more of a 4 or 5-story building. So in this case, we are surrounded by townhomes and a search of, we do perform a bit of a search of the private rental market in the area, and there are a number that have been historically advertised for rent, although it's very hard to find rentals in your city in general, so not many actively advertised.
If I can interject, just for clarity on your answer, and it does make sense with what you're saying, especially the fact that there may be rentals in the townhomes nearby. So there's a market that can be served there. But again, they are priced higher. And when you have in a more denser dwelling, the rents tend to be a little bit cheaper than individual homes or even the townhomes themselves. The reason where I was leading to asking my question was the floor space ratio, and there's only a certain amount of space that you're able to build on. And that limits you on ensuring that you have as many units as possible to ensure that your development makes sense and it's worthwhile and can move forward. Where's that flexibility that you would, as a development team, would need to ensure that you can build units of larger size so they can meet a more diverser population? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a challenging question to give a real clear answer to, but you've really touched on the answer that jumps to mind is this the area that that third bedroom takes up, and the ability to offer that in a complement of a building of this size and shape, and what that can do to the overall count and pro forma. The things that can, there's always ways to incentivize developers to look down that path. A good example, I would say, in another city we've done development work in, is providing their development charges are calculated on a per square meter basis as opposed to a per unit basis, and they provide some rebates or forms of deductions when you provide certain housing forms that they're looking for, that they've identified as a need within that community. And those types of kind of the carrot versus the stick do tend to in developers like us, it influences some behavior and decision making for sure. But certainly going back to my earlier point, a community like this developed purposely for families would look a little different than what our typical model looks like. So there's some complexity, I suppose, to that, the rationale.
Good, perfect. Thank you, Chad.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yeah, just a couple questions. So if I understand correctly, as of right, you would be able to build a 4-story building. Is that correct?
It would be tight with a 13.5 meter height allowance, but likely, yes.
And you said earlier, I think it was you that said that you would probably put 4 buildings instead of 3 buildings on if we didn't move this zone change?
That's right. There's an early version of a site plan that had 4 stories, and that 4th building, of course, if you look at the existing site plan, would be the space for that would be along the western boundary, kind of in behind the existing heritage home. In that area would be the likeliest location for it.
And do you know off the top of your head how many units would have been in that in your as of right build?
Yeah, it was marginally more. I believe there was an additional 9 or 10 units in that sort of configuration using the existing footprints.
Okay, those are all my questions. I have comments at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Can I ask one more question quickly? Are there any affordable housing units in this build?
It's a great question. We are actually currently working with CMHC on a financing package through their Affordable Flex program. So their Affordable Flex program has a raft of criteria, but as a high level synopsis, they require the overall rent roll of the entire development to be 10% below market, and then further 20% of your unit count within the development are for 10 years required to meet their definition of affordable. So to have rents at that level. So, I hate to, obviously we don't have a signed commitment letter with CMHC, although we have used that program successfully in other communities. Our West Kelowna development here, actually just a stone's throw from where I'm sitting, is under the Affordable Flex program of CMHC. So we have had some success, as is our Brantford community, 208 suites just down the highway from you, is also in the CMHC Affordable Flex program.
Okay, good. Thank you. Councillor Galway-Seelock, were your comments to the developer or to staff? Like after we do questions for staff?
Yeah, after we do questions of staff.
Okay. Okay, so there are no more questions. Thank you very much for coming in and for your patience, given the late start. Okay, I'll open the floor for questions to staff. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. Just one, and just this is really, I don't want to waste committee's time, but just for my own education, maybe it's for everyone's. And I'm not even sure this is necessarily a question for you, Mr. Schneider, but I look at this application and the total number of units as of right without a zone change was higher from Councillor Galway-Seelock's questioning, is my understanding. And the absolute height of the building went up by a total of 1 story. So my question is, could this not, like, could the applicant have not gone for a minor variance in this situation, given some of the history we've seen with minor variance instead of a zone change?
Thanks, Councillor Davey. Through the chair, this property, I mentioned it in my presentation, has a holding provision 70H. So no matter what, the application would have had to come to council for a zoning bylaw amendment to remove that holding provision. So they certainly could have requested this through a minor variance, but they would have had to come before committee and council regardless because of that noise holding provision that is on the lands.
Understood. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, any more questions? If not, can we get a mover for this item? Councillor Ioannidis, and comments? Councillor Galway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just quickly want to thank staff for the report that they put forward and for the applicants for the work that they've done. There was a considerable pushback from the community in the beginning, and you might have seen it through the comments within the report. But a lot of those have been addressed, and that's why we're not seeing many of the residents here tonight opposing this. I think the development at the end of the day is placed in a manner that is respectful to the community that exists currently. And I think that's important. And I again just want to thank staff for all their hard work on this application.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
I just want to kind of echo those same comments. Thanks to staff and to the developers, and this looks like it's a great development for that location. A lot of amenities close by, and does give us some of that much needed rental units that we look for. So good on everyone. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other comments, all those in favor? Opposed? And that passes. Okay, so we will go back to item 4.1 and go to comments about the tree canopy target for Kitchener item. So if you want to make comments, please queue in. We'll start with Councillor Davey.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll be brief. I'll support the I'm going to say more specific motion as brought forward by Councillor Johnson. I just wanted to be, I think we were pretty clear with staff in terms of our expectations, but the reality is, you know, our tree canopy grew by 2.4% over 5 years without us specifically trying to make any significant changes. And not only did it grow by 2.4%, my quick math tells me of the 6,000 trees we cut, we would have otherwise seen a reduction of 0.3% just from the emerald ash borer effects alone. So I think that we are naturally, I don't know if the residents of Kitchener as well, I think everyone's on board with more trees. They want to see more trees in our community. So I don't want to go down the road of starting to create restrictions or difficulty or red tape for people on their private properties. I will, as I said before, I am interested in perhaps seeing that 1 acre limit be reduced a bit to make sure sure that developers can't come in and clear cut. But like I said, I think we should really be focusing more on the public property that we have and planting trees in all of those locations. We all have parks where we'd love to see more trees and shade in those areas. So I hope that's the real focus with staff when this comes back. And I would thank staff again for the work. I think it's very important work, and I think we're all excited to see it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next, Councillor Marsh.
I'm sorry, Chair Chapman, I do have one more question. Is that allowed, or are we just in comments?
Go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Mr. Lobley, I just want to understand if this council were to follow the trend that we have been on with regard to setting the climate change emergency with very ambitious targets, et cetera, to increase the actual overall target, tree canopy target for 2050 and 2070, what would be the impact?
Through you, Chair Chapman. Thank you for the question, Councillor Marsh. Good evening once again. So staff have brought forward what we believe to be an ambitious stretch goal, but a goal which we believe is achievable. The focus of staff's effort is largely on the 30% in 10 wards rather than the overall target of 33% across the city. We feel that the equity focus approach of driving change across the city is the important piece of this, and we are one of the first municipalities to be bringing forward a tree canopy target which is structured in this way. So we have brought forward what we believe to be an ambitious goal and a goal which is achievable, but we sit at Council's disposal as to whether you'd like to see us go further. As noted, we will be bringing forward the implementation and the budget impact of this, the resourcing impact of this through the budget cycle. Obviously, if we do very well, there will be plenty of opportunity over the term of the horizon that we set for Council to set a more optimistic target if we're doing very well at achieving it in the early years.
But we won't know when for another 5 years if we are doing okay, or like when will we know if we can set a more ambitious target?
So through you, Chair Chapman, we will be bringing back 5-yearly reports based on the tree canopy level at that point. So at any one of those reports, if we're doing particularly well, Council would be able to direct us to increase the target that we're working towards over the 50-year timeline.
Right. And so on the flip side, if we were not doing very well, we could reduce the targets in 5 to 10 years if we wanted to, could we not?
Through you, Chair Chapman, yes, you could reduce targets. I suspect that the optics of reducing a target are less beneficial than the optics of improving a target over time.
Yeah, I can see the direction that well, from what I can tell of the discussion, but I personally am feeling like we need to be more ambitious. And so I would like to propose that we increase the targets by 5%. And then I'll just, leave it to my colleagues to comment on that. So that would be to increase it so that by 2050, we would have each ward have a goal of 35% tree canopy, and by 2070, tree canopy target of 38%.
Okay, so we'll add that to the as an amendment at the end. Okay, thank you. Next we have Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chapman. I think after hearing all the questions from delegates and from staff, and I know staff that have been doing an incredible job with this file, and I know it's been something that Council has been wanting to deal with and see grow significantly over the many years, as many of the new members would not be aware of how important the tree canopy is and where it is today. And I think staff have got a good understanding from a majority of us here that, as Councillor Davey put it, I don't want to see too much of a restrictions with regards to on private properties. And if we concentrate a lot more on our own, I think we can achieve a lot of those goals that we're looking at. And in addition, if we do go anywhere near the route of with restrictions on property with tree canopy, I think I really like the approach that REAP Solutions has been providing with regards to where they should be planting trees, because I think that's, to me, more of an issue in where individuals plant trees, because I know that's one of the most significant issues that I deal with a lot in the summertime with trees. And maybe it's because of where my area is now maturing and whatever is the possibility. And I'm glad that they're coordinating with planning staff in regards to and other areas in the city with this, because as I mentioned before, I am going through zoning bylaw review with many of the properties, and many of the residents are very upset with the way their properties are being dealt with, and it's no fault of staff, but I just feel, I can just sense that that's something that the public overall would be a little bit hesitant to see city staff get involved in controlling their properties. And then with regards to the amendment, as Councillor Johnson put, I have no issues with that. It seems like a real reasonable approach to at least look at other areas and see what they're doing. And as far as the increase with the tree canopy, I'm not sure what that, I'm not sure what to think of that, because that's just I don't know what. Ideally, I would love to see that, but I'm not sure what that significance means with regards to the overall project.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Next, we have Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to start off with thanking Niall as well as Josh. You both are overly competent in bringing the report where it's at, the extensive amount of work that was put in to be able to do the comprehensive public engagement process, as well as taking the key data and really showcasing where we are with the tree canopy and where we need to go. And this is where the compliments lie, is the approach towards a very equitable model. Rather than looking at just a city-wide, we want to ensure that we have the appropriate amount of tree coverage across the city in all our respective communities, because that's important. Air quality is important across the city, the shade, and of course the environmental benefits are important as well. What else I want to focus my comments on is, and I hope staff will take strong note of each individual comments, because again, it's a year of work that will go in. And we want to ensure that our key interests are reflective of this recommendations that will come next year. My hope would be that we place greater emphasis and effort on public land. We have a lot of assets across the city amongst ownership of city land, with regional land, with our institutional partners, with the school board. And more importantly, this is something that got missed today that we didn't address enough. But our businesses, the manufacturing sector, in our business park, these are places that there is ample land, even on the peripherals of the property boundaries, where greater tree coverage can greatly bring assets to their surrounding, as well as overall improvement to our tree canopy as well. So so to that last point, I'm in supportive of Councillor Johnston, not Councillor Marsh, Councillor Johnston's motion to look at other cities, as long as we're looking at a wide array of options. Where my questions laid early was, perhaps we're looking at other cities who have a very restrictive model. They're aggressive in putting conditions on private homeowners of what they can or can't do on their personal land. We're going to have a lot of exception there. I think we need to allow greater flexibility of our homeowners. They're not developers. They have smaller lots, and that's why I think the idea of perhaps looking at greater flexibility on half acre as opposed to acre is a better direction if we're looking at more protection. We are looking at a lot of smaller intensification. Smaller intensification, in my mind, is not mid-rises or apartment buildings, but it's perhaps redevelopment of residential properties into triplexes, fourplexes, fiveplexes, which will absolutely address key issue of affordable housing and a greater diversity of housing stock that we desperately are in need of. That type of diversity of housing stock is not addressed, is not filled by larger development, is not filled by larger intensification of these massive condos that go in. They build 1 to 2 bedroom or studio space. They serve a need, but they don't address all need. And that's why we want to ensure that we are very complementary and flexible in allowance, in intensification, densification in our built up neighborhoods, where through the planning application, we can guide that development to ensure that there is the adequate level of tree replanting, even if trees had to be cut down to have that development proceed forward. That's the type of flexibility that I would like to see to ensure that we are balanced in our approach, that we say that we want education. Well, guess what? Education is great, but you have to follow through with that education, and that costs money. So if we are putting greater controls on private land, we need to ensure that it is in a respectable form that's affordable by the average person, not large developers, but the average homeowner that does cry when they see their taxes go up because they feel the pain. Well, this instance, where we put greater controls and requirements would increase their household costs as well. So that's where I would hope that our staff shy away from. We have a 5-year approach on this. I think there's a lot that we can do over the 5 years in planting an aggressive form of trees on public land. And I would love to see planting of trees in our parks. There are many parks in my respective neighborhood, neighborhood and the ward I represent, where the parks are bare and they could desperately use greater shade. So there is ample space available. That's where we can invest and get big bang for our return as well. To the last comment for the amendment for increasing it from 30% to 35%, I think we're already being quite optimistic and aggressive with our approach at 30%. Staff's approach to looking at a 5-year increment is sound and good. Again, we're talking about trees, they don't grow fast. So 5 years sounds reasonable enough. In the next 5 years, we'll have a better idea of the level of investment that's required to meet the targets that staff have put forward. And as a community and future council, at that point can decide if it's not aggressive enough or if it's within the means of our community to afford greater aggressive targets. But I think what staff have put forward is sound and reasonable. And I support the amendment that looks at a broader breadth of different ideas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I want to thank Niall and Josh and their teams for the excellent research and excellent report. I also want to thank past staff for getting us to a point where we are today. Their work, their planning has got us in a pretty good position. And if we hadn't lost so many trees to EAB, we'd be in an even better position. So I think we need to keep aware of that too. I am all for more trees on private and public space. Really want to see more in our parks where possible. And I also hope as we increase our tree canopy, we know that's going to increase the number of leaves that fall. So I hope that our leaf collection practices are included in this or a part of this in some way. I don't want to be restricting a homeowner who wants to put a tiny home, a deck, a pool, a hot tub in their backyard. So I want to make sure there's, the ability to be flexible in that. Looking forward to the results of the places and spaces survey, because I think, that's going to guide a little bit of this tree canopy work as well. But just want to say thanks for this. Some great comments from everybody in our delegations tonight. So looking forward to supporting this.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, I'll be very quick. Everything's been said tonight over and over. I will support the recommendation that's been brought forward by staff. Done a lot of work. I'll also support the amendment by Councillor Johnson. I won't support the quick amendment of another 5%. I find that really hard to understand at the last moment. What does it mean? What exactly does it mean? It sounds great, but and I'm sure it takes a long time before we see any results, so it's not very meaningful. So thank you to staff and to all the members of the council who worked very hard on this topic, not only this year, but over the past few years. And finally, my compliments to the new chair, who has done an excellent job with an agenda that is very complex, and was able to get us through it in a fairly reasonable amount of time. Thank you, and good luck in the future. Thank you.
Thanks for your kind words, but we're not through yet. Okay. Next up is Mayor Urbanovic.
Thanks a lot, Chair Chapman. And I too want to express my thanks to staff, both current and past, for their work on this, but in particular to the work on this current report. Tree canopies are extremely important in cities and the way cities develop. They're important from a quality of life point of view. They're important from a climate change and a heat management point of view. And ultimately, it's if one thinks about many of the great cities that you may have visited in your travels in the past, often it's the ones that are very green that you have some of the fondest memories of. And so I'm really pleased to see this report coming forward and to see us taking a more ambitious stand on it going forward. I'm also pleased with the increased detail that's being proposed by Councillor Johnson in terms of looking at how we can preserve in a better way some of the existing tree canopy that exists throughout our city. We know that at times, people have played a little bit footloose with some of the regs on properties less than an acre in size, and looking how that may be adjusted going forward, but not making any rash decisions today is, I think, an important step. I will say that I like the ambitiousness that Councillor Marsh is suggesting in terms of her motion, but I'd like to suggest to Councillor Marsh that maybe we think about looking at that as part of that first review in 2025, and suggested maybe she thinks about that as part of her amendment, because I think the landscape is changing quite significantly. I mean, we are waiting for more details from a potential federal program. We know that climate change investments, not just in this space, but in a variety of areas across the climate change agenda in general, are going to be extremely important. And so we're going to see a variety of pressure points, and are going to sort of really reflect on how we're going to prioritize our resources in that regard going forward. So I think taking an initial step and maybe doing that as part of that initial review, and in terms of saying, you know what, should we be a little more ambitious? And in fact, maybe there's opportunities that have presented themselves that will allow us to be more ambitious, might be the more prudent way to go. So I'll leave that with Councillor Marsh to think about. And lastly, I too will echo my comments, or echo the comments of my colleagues, and thank Councillor Chapman in her chairing of this issue. But I also want to thank all of council, because I think we've had a really good discussion on this issue tonight. And council overall has really been a champion about tree canopy from when we first had to deal with the EAB issue, and knowing the downside of the whole tree discussion. This council and previous council have really kept this at the forefront of the agenda. And so I want to thank my colleagues in that regard as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate too all our colleagues' comments and thoughtfulness about this issue. I want to let you know where I'm coming from, and in terms of my proposal to amend the targets. I've been in conversations with residents for the last 5 days about this proposal, and I'm hearing consistently from multiple directions from within the ward I represent that residents want us to do a better job of increasing the tree canopy targets, and to really protect mature trees on public spaces for sure, but also on private property. So I think that is maybe a different message that I'm hearing than maybe some of my colleagues are stating. And so I hear that, but I need to represent also the people that I am hearing from. One of the people that took the time to really express to me in detail, and there were many, what they feel about this. He reminded me of a quote, and it's a Buddhist proverb. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time to plant a tree is today. And so I even if this doesn't look hopeful that this amendment will pass, I am going to stick to it for today. If it were to fail, I would encourage the next council to revisit it and to stay ambitious, because it's really something that is very important. And staff have already iterated that trees are the only green infrastructure that increases in value over time. It's not a renewable resource, because we've got 100 or 150-year-old tree. You cut that down, that is not what we consider renewable. So I really think that I don't want to carry on. I really want to us to pause and think about what are we doing for those 30 years and 50 years down the line, and what can we do today? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Marsh. I'll just say a lot has been said, so I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I think it's clear that, trees are more than just, they mean so much to us, whether it's mental health, physical health, but also the impact that they have on the environment. And I think it's so important to do what we're doing here. I will totally support Councillor Marsh's amendment. I think there's no fear in my mind for being aggressive and for trying to protect trees and increase tree canopy targets. The more we can do, the better. So I know I'm not going to come forward with a motion, but I I do also support protecting trees on private property. I wouldn't like to see another clear cutting as we saw on Whitney Street earlier this year. I hope that out of the study that's going to be done over the next 12 months, that we come up with a plan to ensure that that sort of thing does not happen. So all those in favor? Or do we have a motion? Yes, well, okay, we first have to go to Councillor Marsh's motion. Which, did you want to read it out to us, Councillor Marsh?
Okay, just that a tree canopy target of 35% by 2050 be established for each of the 10 wards in the city of Kitchener, together with an overall citywide canopy target of 35%. It should read 38%. That's my bad. By 2070.
Okay, so all those in favor? I can't see everybody, so maybe we
recorded vote.
Recorded. Okay, so I'll start with Ward 1. Councillor Davey.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Schneider.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
Opposed for now, maybe in support in 2025.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis. Sorry.
Opposed.
Councillor Johnston.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
And Mayor Verbanikovic. You're on mute.
Opposed.
Okay, I didn't do the count. I'm in favor. Did somebody count that? Sorry, I guess that was my job.
The motion failed. Yeah.
The motion failed. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, the amendment. Right, amendment. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we'll go to Councillor.
Sorry, Chair Chapman.
Yes.
In light of that motion failing, I would like to propose that that same principle be referred to the 2025 review for consideration.
Okay, what do I do with that?
So you would need to deal with that motion, then Councillor Johnston's motion, then the original motion as a whole.
So we go with what you just said now as a motion?
Well, that would be the normal process.
Okay, so did you want a recorded vote on that as well, or?
Sure.
Is there any discussion? No? Okay, so Councillor Davey, sorry.
In favor.
Councillor Snyder.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Having trouble with my muting. In favor, it's really a meaningless in favor.
Okay, Councillor Michaud.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnston.
In favor.
Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
I'm in favor.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that passes. Then we'll go to the amendment, Councillor Johnston's amendment. Did you want to read it out again?
Sure. That staff be directed to initiate a review of existing tree conservation processes in the city, including a review of the existing bylaws and processes, including the Kitchener Tree Conservation Bylaw, review of requirements for tree planting contained within the development manual, reviewing the tree management policy and any relevant policies as required, undertake a jurisdictional scan of other municipal tree conservation processes, policies, and bylaws, with an intention to extend and strengthen tree conservation measures and report back to council with preliminary findings by the end of 2022.
Okay. All those in favor?
Sorry,
Oh,
point
can
of
we
point of
do a
clarification.
recording? Sorry.
I was saying point of clarification, if I could, just want to make sure you said amendment, Chair Chapman, but my understanding was the original staff recommendation was never moved. So this would actually, I think this would be the main motion and therefore the last thing that we vote on. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay, I'm just seeing that it says amendment in the,
Okay.
on the sheet. That's why I said amendment, but maybe the clerk can clarify for us.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to make sure it was miscounting.
Through the chair, the initial motion was moved with Councillor Johnston's amendment to clause 4. So you could, if there is concern, vote on the amendment separately and then the balance of the motion to ensure that council gets exactly what they're intending. But it is correct. The entire motion was moved with the amendment clause included.
So we will first vote on the amendment and then vote on the remainder of the motion.
I would do that for clarity, just to make sure that the amendment is accepted as intended.
Okay, so I'll go in reverse order this time. Yes, Councillor.
Oh, I was just going to ask for a recorded vote. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I was just going to do it. Sorry. Councillor Marsh.
In favor.
Councillor Johnston.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud.
In favor?
Councillor Gazzola.
In favor.
Councillor Schneider.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Davey.
In favor.
Mayor Verbanovic.
In favor?
And I'm in favor. So that passes unanimously. And we'll now just vote on the original motion and the remaining aspects of that original motion. Do we want a recorded vote or shall we just? Okay, all those in favor? Can we close the screen so I can see the screen share? Okay, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you, staff, for the report. Okay, we have one more item left, and that is the Downtown Kitchener Vision Project Plan. So I'll first like to call on Corey Bloom, the Executive Director of Economic Development, who will make a brief introduction on this project plan. And then that will be followed by a report or presentation by Natalie Goss, the Manager of Policy and Research, and Darren Becks, Manager of Downtown Development Staff. Yeah, so I think I got that correct. So go ahead, Mr. Bloom, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Chapman and members of committee. We're excited here to bring you another action from Council Strategic Plan, which is the development of a new vision for downtown Kitchener. Before my colleagues share the formal presentation, I just wanted to provide council with a little bit of context. Many of you remember that in the late 90s and the early 2000s, downtown Kitchener was in a pretty dire state. And in around 2003, City Council of that time adopted a very clear vision and set of principles that it wanted to see guide the growth and evolution of our downtown. And it was really centered around the concept of creating downtown as an ideal place for people. And all of the investments that would come after, all of the planning work that would come after, really started with this very clear guiding light. All of the investments in post-secondary and downtown community center and the library and in King Street and the festivals and even the policies that shaped the density we see today all emanated from that original vision back in 2003. And while, looking back, the concept of creating downtown as a place for people may not seem innovative or all that much challenging, I can tell you at the time when really very few people wanted to venture downtown, it was quite a feat and moving of a mountain. So given that downtown is the heart of our community, and we're at a moment in time when we have both substantial growth and positive progress, along with challenges, many of the likes we haven't seen in the last 20 years, all converging at the same time. What better time than to challenge our community to shape a new vision moving forward. So with that, pleased to pass it over to the two staff members who will lead this project for us, Ms. Goss and Mr. Becks.
Great. Thank you. Next slide, please. So why now? And thank you to Mr. Bloom for the introductory comments, but wanted to just take the opportunity to highlight the pandemic has really challenged the downtown in many ways and certainly presented opportunities for us. And looking at our relationships, our communities, and the way our city has responded, the challenges and opportunities mean rethinking, re-engaging, and planning in new ways. The opportunity to establish a long-term vision and principles document that is community-led sets the stage for how we move forward. And although there have been many challenges, there certainly are significant opportunities, and we would like to embrace those and challenge those and work with our community. Next slide, please. So how do we influence change? The city, certainly with the support of our community, influences and shapes change and direction. This slide here illustrates the ways in which we are already accomplishing this. And what is being put forward today is a plan to move the community with internal and external supports to craft a vision for the future so that we can bring these initiatives and the ones we've even yet to embark on to understand and have that one vision and set of principles so our downtown can move forward. Next slide, please. Recognizing that what's being proposed today is not the only engagement process undertaken across the city, but one of several. And it's intended that the DTK process will roll up into the strategic planning work, creating interconnected feedback loops. The DTK process, of course, would be thorough, and we're going to speak a little bit more to that, but recognizing that it would be one of many. Next slide, please. Recognizing that we have critical stakeholders that we work with, certainly the BIA and our Downtown Action Advisory Committee being two of those, they would be a critical part of this process. So not only would these groups be essential sounding boards and regular milestone check-ins, we see them as being active in the Downtown Community Working Group and with our engagement consultants. Next slide, please. So what is the center of all of this is the community, Downtown Community Working Group, and they would be the thrust of the process. And through a series of themed and broad engagements, would use a mix of engagement methods to pull information, feedback, and participation from the community. I'd like to now pass the presentation over to my colleague to share the rest of the details of how the program would come together.
Thank you, Darren. So next slide, please. We have identified a minimum of 11 broad themes to start as conversation points on developing a vision, and they're shown on this slide and include topics such as growth, housing, supporting businesses, moving people and goods, street life, environmental leadership, equity, and safety, to name a few. There is room for the Downtown Community Working Group to suggest conversation themes early on in the process. Next slide, please. What is different about this vision process than others that we have done in the past is that it includes consultation, collaboration, and entrust forms of engagement. The Downtown Community Working Group will help develop an engagement process, assist with and be an integral member of implementing the engagement process. This working group will also take the lead on writing a vision for Downtown Kitchener. Broad community conversations about the themes and draft and final vision will also occur as part of the process, providing space for the community to collaborate on a vision for Downtown Kitchener. For those that wish to participate in perhaps a more passive way, there will also be opportunities to provide input through online surveys and other online means. There is something for everyone through a process that is community-led. The functional relationship of all the different groups involved in developing the downtown vision is shown here. Although lots of internal and external groups are involved, the Downtown Community Working Group is at the center, providing input at all stages and guiding and shaping conversations and the development of a new vision. The city's advisory committees will also have opportunities to provide input at key stages throughout the process. The project steering committee and subject matter experts are comprised mainly of staff resources and are there to support the Downtown Community Working Group in their conversations and help plan and execute the engagement process. Next slide, please. The Downtown Community Working Group will be comprised of 25 to 30 individuals representing all aspects of downtown life. This slide shows the composition of this group, which includes businesses, developers, academics, those from specialty areas like sustainability and housing. This group also includes those that live downtown or in adjacent neighborhoods, and also individuals from neighborhoods farther out across the city, and individuals with lived experience and underrepresented populations. A call for membership on the working group will be put out using input that we have gathered and lessons that we have learned from recent advisory committee and other city committee recruitments. Next slide, please. Tonight, we are seeking council's endorsement of the process. We will retain a consultant to help us lead the engagement. We will recruit and retain members of the working group, and we will commence initial workshop conversations on the theme areas outlined earlier. At this time, we expect to have the working group draft vision for further community input later in 2022 and early 2023, and present a final vision for council's consideration in the spring of next year. The vision for downtown Kitchener is much needed and necessary input into many other key city projects that are in progress or are scheduled to start in the near future. Our hope is that through a community-led process, there is a vision for downtown Kitchener that is understood and championed by the community together with council and staff. A new vision and principles will become a runway for downtown Kitchener's future. And that concludes our presentation this evening. We're available for any questions of committee.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can we go first to questions for staff? I presume all the hands are up are for questions. So we'll start with Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. And thanks, Natalie, for the presentation. My question is with regards to the advisory committee and the makeup of the community working group, sorry. So we're gonna have 25 to 30 members. So I saw that it only had 2 members from this like suburban. Is there any possibility of maybe beefing that up by 1 more individual, maybe, or 2 at most? Or Darren, whoever can answer that question, I'm not sure.
Yes, through the chair. We are looking to try and have a cross section of community members, and we anticipate that there will be representation from the various suburban neighborhoods in some of the other categories that are also in the group. And part of our strategy would be to ensure that we have that level of equity as well. So when soliciting participants for the Downtown Community Working Group, we would take advantage of collecting information of their ward, other elements of them, to try and have a full equity seeking approach. So not only from suburban, but a whole variety of other categories to represent the community.
Okay, that makes sense, and that's satisfactory. I guess so. My next question would be with regards to who's going to be in charge of what if we have 50 individuals? Who's going to be in charge of appointing these individuals?
I believe at this point, we are looking to receive council's endorsement on the proposal. We have already reached out to colleagues in our equity, diversity, and inclusion area who have agreed to assist with that process. At some point, I guess there would be some determination as to who would fill those various roles, but equity would certainly be the driving point behind that one.
Okay. And I think that sounds pretty good too. I don't really have much further questions. I'm just wondering, usually we usually do this earlier in the term. Is this just because of the pandemic and everything else that sort of fell behind?
Through the chair, partly pandemic driven. The other is the current downtown strategic plan expired in 2020. So this was a renewal and saw the opportunity to collaborate with other departments and divisions on a broader downtown vision. So bringing those pieces together and certainly with our colleagues in planning to re-envision where we're going.
Okay. Looks like a great approach. I mean, a really good approach, and look forward to seeing the fruits of the labor of this this project moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Thank you to staff for all the work that you've done on this. And I want to just understand, is there an opportunity in what you're envisioning for members of council to engage with the working group at various points, like just as an ad hoc basis, or like I just want to understand what council's involvement might be.
Sure, through the chair. Absolutely feel that there would be regular touch points with council and particularly the downtown councilors. I think one of our first priorities after securing a consultant and onboarding them would be the development of an engagement plan. And I think articulating those touch points, certainly with our various advisory committees, but certainly with leadership and council as well.
Okay, great. And so when it comes to appointing members, will that come back further to Councillor Ioannidis's question? Will that come back to council the way we normally do with advisory committee members?
Through the chair, so this wouldn't be a formal advisory committee of council. This is a project advisory committee, and so we would look to get a diverse representation. And so staff would look to select those committees based on expertise, experience, and demographics that align with the selection.
Okay, that sounds good. But we'll get a chance to know who's on the committee and, you know, just get some updates, but hands off. Is that right? Okay, great.
Correct. And we would look to engage council through strategic sessions throughout the life of the project as well.
Right, which is just a year or a little bit more. Okay, all right. Well, at the appropriate time, I'm pleased to move this recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much. And I guess my question is to Mr. Bex or to Mr. Bloom, and it's really a follow-up to Councillor Ioannidis's question pertaining to representation from suburbia. And while I recognize that you know there will be sort of cross-sectoral representation for people in a variety of different ways. One of the things that's made us, I think, you know, successful in terms of the downtown over the past 20 years has been that there has been buy-in from suburban residents in addition to downtown residents. And that, I think, is going to be even more important as we continue to go forward. So I would really like to see, you know, I'm not going to specify what the number is, you know, unless we need to somehow amend something, but I would really like to see us somehow come up with a few more spots, as Councillor Ioannidis had raised earlier, with respect to suburban councillors. sorry, not councillors, but suburban residents, rather, to be part of the committee. I just really think as we go forward, it's going to be important that it's something that's embraced by the whole community, because our principle all along has been that the downtown is the heart of our city. It's the foundation upon which everything else is built upon, and we want to make sure that that continues to be part of that. So I don't know, Mr. Bloom or Mr. Bex, if you want to comment on that.
Sure. Through the chair, and seeing all the nodding heads of council while you're speaking, it is our core goal is to see this committee be as representative of our community as possible. So well, obviously there's a number that we want to keep the committee to be a workable number. I think if when we see the representation across all the sectors, if it does not clearly properly represent all of our community, then yeah, we would add seats at that time. We don't see the number that we put in front of you as having to be a hard and fast rule. I think we understand what council is saying, and we would make sure that as best we can, we accommodate that.
Yeah, sounds good, because it's just when somebody's there, let's say representing, I don't know, the culture sector, but just happens to live in suburbia, their first focus is representing the culture sector, not necessarily representing suburban. Same for if it's someone, who's an architect or whatever. So I just want to make sure that lens isn't lost. Thank you for that. I'll save my comments until later, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I was really glad to hear that you're going to be working well with the equity, diversity, and inclusion team on this. Maybe I missed it on the makeup page, but I would like to see Indigenous peoples clearly represented on there, and maybe you've addressed that in there, but it would still be nice to see that. Can you comment on that?
Yep, through the chair. We haven't specifically identified that a representative from that part of our community, but certainly would be happy to take that away and work with the group to ensure we've got some representation or representation from the community, so that we have a committee that ultimately reflects our entire community and its entirety.
Great, thank you so much.
You're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Schneider. Your next, Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate Councillor Ioannidis and Mayor Verbanevic's comments about the residents in the suburbs. I think that the program's amazing. It's a great start. I think it's going to be it's something the downtown obviously needs, but I think the timing is perfect to re-engage everyone, particularly the suburbs, because I think this pandemic, there's been a real disconnect of people in the suburbs not going downtown. So you might be able to utilize this whole project as a way to engage and create more awareness for the downtown to the suburbs and bring them back in. So I too would like to see more representation, a lot more on this than what's on there for the folks from the suburbs. But nice job, thanks.
Okay, it looks like we don't have any more questions, and we have a mover. Councillor Mars has moved it. So are there any comments? Okay, Councillor Ioannidis. Sorry, did I get it wrong again?
You know what? I'm going to keep putting up my hand until you get it right now. I'm kidding.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
It's kind of cute, but anyways, yeah, I wholeheartedly support the direction where staff is going with this, and and it's definitely, we're the downtown, and not only the downtown, but our city as a whole is really at a crossroads of where we are in the way the world has changed in the last last 2-3 years in particular. And I think it'd be really prudent upon us to come up with something that is, that has a vision that can guide us for another 5 years plus in our community and guide us in the right direction. And I wholly support this approach.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Urbanovic.
Thanks very much. And I too want to say I'm really pleased to see this coming forward. I think we've made significant inroads, but we're at a point in the history of our downtown redevelopment where we need a new longer term plan to take us through the next 2 decades, and to really see how the community wants to see it develop going forward. We know a lot of things have changed coming out of the pandemic. We wanted to see more people working downtown. We've seen that. We want to see more people living downtown, and some have started to move in, and many more will be moving in over the next 6 to 12 months. But the pandemic has also changed the nature of the workplace. And that is going to have some impact, particularly on some of the service industries, on retail. Well, on one side, the employees coming downtown and looking at retail and restaurants may shift one way. Residential will shift it the other way. And so I think this could not actually be happening at a better time, because it'll allow us to really make sure that we're nimble and respond quickly going forward. So I really look forward to the work that the committee will be doing over the next 12 months.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Sorry, Councillor Marsh.
Sorry, just a late starter. Yeah, sorry. Just thank you to the mayor for those comments. I totally agree. And I want to thank staff for being so thoughtful in how you're putting this together. Mr. Becks, from the moment that we met, when you came on board, you talked about how you hope to be able to use your strategic planning, skills to really work with all of the stakeholders to try to, formulate some plans that are broad and deep in terms of how we think about the downtown and how we can really move it forward take it to the next level. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this happen, and so we all will keenly await the updates as they come.
Yeah, and I just want to say I agree. I think this is really quite exciting, and it's at a weird time with all the shutdowns and the COVID difficulties we're dealing with. But at the same time, that's kind of gives us an opportunity, because life isn't what it was 2 years ago. So we're working with a new variables that by doing a study at this point and thinking forward, I think this is a great opportunity. So on that note, I'd like to have a vote. All those in favor? And opposed? That carries. And we're done. So I would like to say goodbye.
Oh, no, don't say goodbye. We're not done yet. When you're done the meeting, we need to go back into caucus and then come back into public meeting.
Okay, so we will adjourn this meeting and don't leave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Clerk, I presume that we can just continue on this connection, and we'll just wait for you to end the live broadcast and just ensure the right people are in the room.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the live stream is up and running.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the resumption of today's earlier special council meeting. We have one item coming out of in camera to bring forward. And Madam Clerk, if I can ask you to bring the motion forward, please. or the resolution. Sorry, just got to make it a little bigger on my screen. So the resolution that council is considering is that council approve the terms and conditions contained in the memorandum of settlement dated December 22nd to establish the 2021 to 25 collective agreement with IBEW 636, and further that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the documentation arising therefrom. Do I have a mover? Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Any discussion? If not, all those in, Councillor Gazzola, your hand's up. Yes, go ahead.
No, since this is a public meeting, should we not give some indication of what those words meant?
Sure, absolutely. Councillor, sorry, not Councillor, Ms. Robb is here ready to actually comment on that. Ms. Robb.
Thank you. Through the chair, the agreement between IBEW and the City of Kitchener is a 4-year term. From April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2025. And it accommodates wage and benefit adjustments ranging from 2.25% in the first year to 1.9% the second year, 1.95% the third year, 2% the fourth year, as well as some modest benefit enhancements.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robb. So with that, it has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? No, that's carried unanimously. Motion for 3 readings.
Can we also state that the union agreed to it?
Sorry, yes. I mean, typically these wouldn't, we wouldn't deal with this in public until after the union votes. So yes, for the benefit of the viewing public, the union voted earlier today and accepted this agreement as well. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. So motion for 3 readings. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconded by Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And motion to adjourn. Councillor Michaud, Councillor Marsh, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. And just a little public service announcement at the end. There are spaces available in many of the regional clinics. And so if you have not had your booster shot yet, have not had your child's initials or second shot yet, please get registered and take advantage of the spots as soon as possible. It's the best way that we can collectively fight Omicron as we go forward. Okay, so with that, have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.